Welcome, Pam, Tommy boy. Give me a second, bro. I can't see what you're asking me. Am I doing a live show? Yes, I am. I know what you're saying. It's the wrong day. It's not even the right week. This is a seriously impromptu live show. Completely random, so. It's always funny to me how YouTube works. Like, you guys find the show. I can find the show from my other account. But try to find the show from this account, which is the one I need to regulate the room. It's friggin' impossible. And what I need to do, I talked about it last week, I need to register some moderators in the room. I don't know how to do that. I need to study and learn how to do that. So, let's see. I'm gonna hop on here as JMac, and there you go. At least I can read your comments now. And at some point, it'll allow me to switch over. I don't really know what its issue is. Could be me. And if I didn't say it, good evening, Pam. I talked to your Bigfoot World counterpart earlier. She is not at home and won't be joining us. But, you know, as I say, I mean, this was completely random and live, and I get it. I didn't send out invites to anybody. I'm just hanging out. Just hanging out. Yeah, I appreciate that, Tommy. What I have to do, I already have a select few in my mind. What I have to do is figure out how the hell you actually do it. You know, I'll assign you, I'll assign Kathy, Wiley, you know, Mr. Midwest. There's a few. I'll assign my own name too, my own J Mac name. But here's my J Mac name. Because yeah, it seems to get like hung up on itself when you're trying to sign in as Bigfoot Input and go find the live. For whatever reason, it'll come up, and give it about 10-15 minutes, it'll come up. But the problem is, if there are any trolls in the room, I can't kick them out without being on that account, and it's the only account that you can do it from. So that's why I so desperately need to figure out the moderator situation. Okay, good. I will ask Kathy. I didn't know that she knew that. You know, to be honest with you, it's just never something that I thought I'd have to worry about. I mean, we had our little show here, and we'd have, you know, maybe 100 people, 115 people drop by, and it'd be a nice little show, and usually no issues. And I just kick the people out occasionally if I had to. Now last week we had upwards of 18,000 people here for this silly little live show. I never in my whole life would have thought this would have garnered so much attention. But with 18,000 people, there are absolutely going to be people that you don't want in the room. You know, 12-year-old kids that are bored and jacked up on sugar, or the constant, why are Bigfoot pictures all blurry? Or, you know, just the trolls that want to come in here and get everyone's blood pressure up because, you know, they have nothing better to do in their sad little lives. So, you know, whatever the situation may be, we just got to get rid of these folks. They can't hang around, so. I appreciate that, Tommy. Either way, we are in it right now. We are knee deep. Everybody, welcome to Bigfoot Input Live. I should have put impromptu, because there's always those people that stop by and go, wait a minute, I didn't know you were doing a live show tonight. Why didn't you tell me? And I'm just going to have to say I apologize. I owe you guys a little better than that, but what it really comes down to, my girl Q is in Italy for the week, and I am bored out of my mind. I'm just, and there's things I could be, like, there's totally productive things that I could be doing, but I refuse to. I'm just not going to do it. And I'm just going to bitch about being bored. And I was like, I could do a live show. Every time we go live, we get about 50 to 80 new subscribers. Last week we had a new channel member. That was cool. So yeah, so we're gonna just do a live and push off all those responsibilities. Which are really overrated, if you ask me. It's very cool that you got an alarm. Not everyone sets those notifications. And I'm not like a YouTube guru. I just get on here and do what I do. So I can't exactly tell everyone how to do that, but they should. They should all have the notifications that say, hey, your show is on now. Go watch it. Yeah. What is that? Reb, Ohio, REB, Ohio. I mean, Ohio is up there in the nation. It's definitely in the top 10. If not the top 5, I think it's top 10 of Bigfoot or Grassman sightings, I think they used to be a little higher than they are now, but yeah, so we'll just say top 10 and feel safe with that. Because I know, like, your top, it's like Washington, Oregon, California, and Florida. Washington, Oregon, yeah, I think California, Florida, and then somewhere in the mix there is Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Texas. And I'm not sure exactly, I don't recall how they rank, but they do rank. Okay, thank you, Tommy. I wanted to say Rebel, because I was like, oh, that's Rebel, Ohio. That made sense in my mind. But then I didn't, because I'm looking at this little screen, so I couldn't really see what the picture was. But that makes sense. That makes sense that it's Rebel, Ohio. That makes a lot more sense. So, Rebel, since you're here in the room, maybe you can explain to us. Last year, there was the whole hashtag only in Ohio. And I don't really know how that started, but we kind of jumped on that bandwagon. One of our shorts, it was the big white Yeti rolling down the hill, which is nothing more than a Russian car commercial, by the way. But anyway, somebody had came in and they were making the only in Ohio joke, and so we hashtagged it only in Ohio. And that was my first viral video that went over 1 million. Well over 1 million. That was a crazy, like, couple weeks. It just blew up and it went stupid. Yeah, I guess Frank, I kind of see the resemblance there, Frank. They're calling this a Dogman, but first of all, most of you know how I feel about Dogman, but I think it's just opportune shadowing. It's a skunk ape for sure. It's from Florida, so it's definitely a skunk ape. But I think the shadowing is just kind of opportune, and it makes it look like it has, horns up here. Up here. Right there. But I don't think that's the case. I literally just think that is some shadowing that is making it look like that way. But obviously we can see the mouth and the muzzle and the big hooded nose, and there's the eyeball with the tapetum lucidum eye shine. so we can obviously see that it's a creature, and my money is on a skunk ape. You don't know, Rebel? Well, yeah, all right. That's no help. Now, I don't know either. I don't even know if I really went and looked it up. It just seemed to be something that started, and everybody in Ohio jumped on it, man. Like, it was only in Ohio, and it was a big deal for a while. Yeah. Yeah, the frog man. That was another one of Peter Kane's ongoing jokes about him sleeping with the frog man. And I think it was definitely on a few of his videos. He had actually created a little frog man. He is a weird dude. That being said, I mean, I guess he's fairly successful at what he does, like as far as comedy and satire and stuff like that. I can't stand the dude. I just can't. It's not that I feel like he's a hoax or he's a liar, although a lot of his stuff has been taken too seriously. But I just can't stand him as far as his personality. I think he's a complete goofball, and he's got some screws loose, man. So I don't mess with that dude. Yeah, exactly, Tommy. He's a strange bird. He really is. Peppo Poppy, welcome. It was number 3 of the last year's. It's dropped out of the top 10 completely, Tommy. Really? That's crazy to me. I mean, unless we're talking about migratory habits, I mean, I guess then that kind of makes sense. You would see them heavy over here and not over there, and vice versa, given different time frames, different times of the year as far as temperature goes. I mean, they're smart. They know where the hell they want to be, right? Bait. That is what we assume is a skunk ape. At least that is my best guess at this particular moment. Pay attention to the face here. Get my mouse back on screen. Mouth there, hooded nose here, eyeball with tapetum lucidum or eye shine here, and then you got a lot of foliage going on here, different things. He's kind of hiding behind something. 15th. I wonder if they all went to upstate New York or Michigan for the season. It's so damn hot. I mean, they probably went somewhere else. Not the ones here in Florida, though. They're hanging out. They have too long of a haul. They can't just leave A and go to B and get there. It's like they have state by state by state. So, but if you're like, say, in eastern Pennsylvania, where it's, what is it, probably in the 90s up there right now, I would imagine, and you just kind of skip a couple states to your west, it's probably a little cooler. But then again, we don't know anything about how their waterway travel or cave, tunnel, underground tunnel, subterranean travel goes. We don't really have those sort of answers. Which is really what makes the subject as fascinating as it is, So. Let's see, what else do we have? Oh yeah, here we go. These are raw, unfiltered pictures, by the way. I'll go back later and I'll actually do some editing work on them, but this is just basically you're seeing it pre-roll, if that makes sense. Don't worry, Tommy. There's always time for a comeback. And the thing is, understand that what we're basing this on is only the Bigfoot sightings that are reported. Let's keep that in mind, because you can bet that what is the number we're comfortable with? 20, 30% of all Bigfoot sightings are actually reported. I mean, what about the massive amount of sightings that are just legend stories that stay in the family, like your uncle's the one that got away story? Sorry, I'm looking for my remote. I find the music to be a little loud. Yeah, understand that like a very large percentage of Bigfoot experiences only exist in stories that people have told their best friends or their brother, sister, or, their family that they can trust, or they tell it and they get mocked, by their own family, and then they never share it ever again to anyone, Yeah, 10 years. See, and that's the thing. That's why we have these protective groups. I mean, it's certainly not a raccoon, but in my opinion, what it is, it's some sort of artist rendition of a dogman. It's really not a great one. I would buy that it was a wolverine over a raccoon. It's definitely not a raccoon face, but it's just, it's art anyway. It's not a real thing. It would be awesome if I had a dude come over like every other Friday, and I'm doing the live from on top of the piano, putting money in his tip jar. Welcome, Cake and Donnie. Welcome to Bigfoot Input Live. It's alive. What is that? Is that Diane Heaton? Welcome, Diane. I don't even think it's a bear. I think it's literally an artist depiction of what they think a dogman looks like. So it's because it's got that weird sepia tone. No real photo has that tone. It just looks like some sort of cheap sort of AI to me. I have a couple cool AI pictures to show you guys tonight too. That it's one of those things we really have to watch out for. Now, especially in this genre that we're in, is that AI is a huge danger. Thank you, Cake. I appreciate the sub. Thank you so much. You talking about that How to Hunt guy? Steve Isidol or whatever his name is? Hey, I'm with you, Cake. I'm not that guy. I get it. This is my subject. And through research and study, I know a lot about it. But I am not that, guy in the woods with his boots on and he's got deer urine on his boots and he's just, I'm not that dude. Sleeping on the ground with no toilet, no shower, can't even get a cold beer. I mean, it's not for me. I got a blue moon, a Belgian white tonight. Normally I'm a light beer kind of guy. Like, I love IPAs, don't get me wrong, but as a daily beer, I drink, Coors Light, Busch Light, whatever. So I just saw this fancy blue can and I was like, man, I gotta have one. I have regrets. Just regret. It's so thick. It's weird. It's like drinking like beer syrup or something. It's just, I don't really care for it. I'm gonna finish it because I'm not a wasteful kind of guy either. But hey, Doc, welcome. Doc Riley, yes, Bigfoot are certainly a real creature. Put movie on. There is no movie. I don't even know what that means. So this is a live show, and there's no movie. Tommy, it would have been so much better if I had poured it in a glass with a slice of orange and get the essence and all that. I'm drinking this thing out of the can, and it's just not. It's not scratching that itch for me, you know. So, but I'm just, like I said, I'm just gonna power through, and then we're gonna move on to a regular beer. Yeah, people spend a lot of time in the woods, and I'll tell you what, a lot of those people don't make it back. You ever watch 411? We're going to start up a 411 series on our sister channel, which, if you don't know, is called Cryptic Input. Not cryptid, cryptic. Because it deals with things like dark crime, dark paranormal, and we want to include some 411 stuff, and, you know, just mystery disappearances and things, but we're going to get on that at some point. Yeah, Mark, he does. I mean, look, let's just, for argument's sake, let's just say that this is real, which, again, I don't believe it is. But if it were, could you imagine walking through the woods, just having a nice hike, and you see this dude staring at you from behind a tree? I mean, we should be afraid of creatures that we know of, like, you know, mountain lions and grizzly bears, for God's sake. But, I mean, this thing... Whew. They don't find their bodies because their bodies are being consumed. And I'm sorry, that's gruesome, but it's just a fact. If someone just flat out disappears in the middle of the woods and they never find their body after years of searching, they've been consumed. They've been eaten, and their bones were, you know, maybe eaten or ground to dust or scattered, or they're in some subterranean tunnel, you know, whatever the case may be. But those people they'll never be found. If he don't fail me now, that's right. Yeah, David Paulides is obviously the grandfather of 411, and I think he invented the term. And great guy, and he does a lot of great research. Doc's never had any sightings. Yeah, I mean, honestly, Doc, they're not going to let you see them. Like, unless they want to, you won't see them. Chances are, you might catch one of them off guard here or there, but for the most part, I feel like they control some vibration and frequencies that we're not aware of, and you just won't see them unless they want you to. And a lot of the animal sounds that you hear around you are them. They're communicating with each other. Lana, we don't know for certain, but we don't believe this to be real. No, we think that this is an artist depiction. Just sharing it with the group. You guys ready to move on? Let's see a different picture. I think we've pretty well decided that this guy is fake. We'll come back around. We always do. Hey, Ryan's in the house. What's up, buddy? Caleb, welcome. Tom, did I get your latest pictures? Yes, I did, actually. I have not been able to categorize them, you know, but I did see them. And I think I get a lot of pictures, Tommy, forgive me, but I think I did. I was looking pretty deeply into those, and I thought I saw something. But I'll get back with you on that. The Windigo. All right, Ryan. Not an expert on this, but that is strictly to a region in Canada. Is that right? And they are believed to be a demonic spirit, or a spirit that, like a person that once roamed the earth, like a shaman, like a Indian, for lack of a better word, shaman, that their soul was banished to the dark side, or something to that effect. Like, I'm not an expert on Wendigos for certain. Tommy, there'll come a time when I'll have to have somebody sort my emails, because we get, I don't know, 30 or 40 a week, which doesn't sound like a ton, but it's enough. This one is from a guy called the Renaissance Man, and it will be in our upcoming video where I'll give a little more detail about. All right, Ryan, I'm going to need you to give that to us in English. Right, that's what it was. So it was like cannibals. I remember that part now. Ray, I mean, even if we want to believe in Dogman, that somewhere there is a bipedal canine, okay, do that. But what we shouldn't believe is that some human has the power or curse to transform into a canine, a werewolf, on a full moon or whenever they feel like it, or whatever. We shouldn't believe that. That's you're mixing up a real possibility with complete lore, in my humble opinion. Ah, yes, the old skinwalker. Cake says she heard it was more than one. I'm sorry, I don't know if you assumed her gender there, but I heard it's more than one. Yeah, if we're talking about, even if it is, if Dogman is real and obviously Bigfoot is real, there's certainly more than one. There's more than one type. There's more than one group. There's more than one tribe. There's, you're talking about, I would speculate, North America alone, 15,000, somewhere between 10 and 15,000, I think is a reasonable estimate. What about Todd Standing, Travis? Thank you, Matthew. I appreciate your kind words. We will do that. Where do they come from? They live here, Cake. They live here with us. They live among us. They live in our unexplored forests. They live in our underground tunnels. They live right among us. And there's so much of the United States that's unexplored. Obviously, they for the most part, stay away from cities and where people are, but there's a lot of room out there in the United States. I think people assume that we've just explored everything. We haven't. No, Travis, this is not a Todd Standing photo. This is by a man called the Renaissance Man. the difference between this guy and Todd Standing is that this is real. And Todd Standing's photos are makeup. I'm sorry, Ray, I don't really know what your question is, but the Dogman is really just believed to be a bipedal canine, like a wolf that walks on two legs. There's really not a lot of, human features about it, other than it's capable of walking on two legs. Tommy, are you laughing at my Tommy boy? I mean, are you laughing at my Todd Standing breakdown? Is that what you're laughing at? This is, in this picture, this is a Bigfoot, for sure. The picture's a little blurry, a little pixelated, but you can obviously see the human features. And the head, the guy's covered in fur, for real. So, this guy has some other photos too that are interesting. I think this one is probably one of the most interesting that I've seen come out of his thing though. His channel, yeah. I thought you were. Look like I was walking over there. I think we're still talking about the original picture, the dog man one. Yeah, he would have been standing up because he was looking between the crook of a tree. So, that the head of that creature would have been anywhere from, 4 to 8 foot tall. I mean, there's a large variable there because, you just don't know how tall that tree was. Yep, old fraud Standing. There's a part of me that feels bad for the guy but then again, you shouldn't because he's a real cocky SOB. But I feel like he actually did have Sasquatch sightings. Like, I really believe that. I think that he knows his stuff. But what he did was he took those experiences and he thought he was going to make a real life documentary out of it, make himself out to be the hero. And but one of the things that has always impressed me about Todd is that he is willing to take wildlife experts into the field and give them experiences that they can't explain. And his hope was to classify the Sasquatch, species scientifically and get them on a protected, list before some redneck with a shotgun, takes a shot at one of them, which is probably already happening. Yeah, Matthew, Sonny Vader, that is the epitome of just hoaxing. And I don't think that he necessarily does it to hoax. I think he's making like films, and obviously if you've ever noticed, you ever watched any of his videos, they're all shot from a tripod. The camera is perfectly still. There's not some guy going, holy shit, it's a Bigfoot. It's shot on a tripod. And they're perfect shots, and they're perfect videos, and that's why, because he creates them that way, and they all have the same narrative. Oh, human remains found, because he's trying to create that narrative about Bigfoot eating humans, and he's just a guy making videos. That's all there is to it. So I don't want to get mad about it and call him a hoaxer or he's fake. He's this. I think he's just making videos for entertainment purposes. And so none of those are real. Hey, Brown Dwarf is in the house. Welcome. A friend that resembled this photo, yeah. We all know that one guy. Rick has been 200 days a year in the woods. Peace from Mount, they are in the rocks. Oh, piece from MT. What is that, Montana? Yeah. I in the Todd Standing video that we did, which you can go back and watch that on your own time. We actually called out that guy. His name is Philip something, and he has a YouTube in Canada. He's not related to the Cryptic World, really. Cryptid World. He does things like staying at the worst hotel in my city, eating at the worst restaurant, and getting food poisoning. Shit like that. And he got somehow he hooked up with Todd Standing, and he took him out into the woods, and Todd's giving him all these instructions, and they find in Todd's truck, they find the gloves from discovering Bigfoot, where the hands were coming over the log grabbing the apples. They found the gloves in Todd's truck, and Todd kind of played it off like, oh yeah, it was my brother-in-law, he's always fucking around. Dude, you were busted in a lie. Busted. Brown Dwarf, you got back from Bluff Creek, really? That's interesting. Yeah, Frank, you used that joke already. Go work on another one. Okay. Monty. Adventure Monty is in the house. What is this? This is Bigfoot Input live on a Sunday. Now, I know. Cars are crashing. Tires are screeching. Needles are jumping off the record. But we are here on a Sunday night. Strictly for your entertainment, and mostly mine, though, because I'm bored. Patty was a big dwarf, if that's the case. 9 days, man, that's a trek. We were just talking about that, how none of us are, well, at least a few of us are not campers. We don't want to go out there and camp. That's cool, Ray. Where is Camp Pendleton? All right, now that crappy beer is gone, I'm going to open up a Busch Light. Whew. I'm falling for that crap again. Southern Cal. Okay. I don't know if you guys heard about the Mexican grizzly bears. You hear about those? They're claiming now that they're having sightings of grizzly bears in the hills of Mexico. And you're like, biologists are like, fucking no way, that's not possible. But even like Forrest Gallant, who's probably the only biologist I trust, he was saying, yeah, he goes, that's unlikely. He goes, but it's totally a possibility that they wandered that far south and created little pockets of their species up there. God, excuse me, guys. I had to switch over to the daddy account. It's usually about this time people start getting a little rowdy, so. Thank you, Matthew. We appreciate that. Let's see what else we got on the agenda tonight here. Something for you guys to look at. What is the mouse doing, or not doing, as it were? Welcome, Sunshine. We started about 7 o'clock. Sorry, this is a random impromptu live. It was not scheduled, so... my fault. Oh, there it goes. It's working again. What is this live about? This live is all about what our other lives are about, which is typically Bigfoot, but branches off a lot, it seems, into Dogman, other cryptids, sometimes football, sometimes beer. So I put out this picture last week, and I put it out for a reason, although not everyone caught the reason. But to look at this picture, you know, it just looks like a regular picture, right? There's nothing really notable, although people started seeing faces in the tree and all sorts of stuff. But the reason I posted it was because of this guy right here. This cat. He is so blended in with his environment that you just cannot see him from a distance. Okay, so I wanted to post that picture, you know, because again, people always ask, well, why are they always hidden? Why is the picture always blurry? Why? Creatures like this, they don't want to be seen. They're predatory. They're hidden. Stealth is their best friend. Things like that. And also, I don't think it's lost in coincidence that this creature that can hide very well in its environment also uses infrasound. So I think that's cool. No, Patty. No one has a clear picture of a dog man because dog men aren't real. Sorry, that's my opinion. People get triggered when I say that, but that's just how I feel about it. I have yet to see a really great picture of a dog man. Although windwalkers, they have some decent stuff. This picture, very cute. Not my dogs, by the way. I don't have any dogs. But this picture popped up on the internet a while back, and people were just oohing and on about it, and the beautiful dogs, and this and that. I'm going to tell you something that's going to hurt your feelings. This is an AI picture. Like, this is how good AI has gotten. And my proof of that is this dog here. Where is its body? And then this guy over here, what the hell is going on with his leg? So, although this is not really Bigfoot related, I wanted to show it to you guys because this is the kind of stuff that we're dealing with now. When we have to compete with AI cranking out pictures, like at first glance, this picture is great, and you don't really have any reason to say it's fake. But then if you kind of just look at it a little bit, you're like, what the hell's going on here? And yeah, that is an AI picture of 3 bulldogs. Yeah, exactly, Brown Dwarf. He has there's nowhere for his body to be. Dogman is as real as Bigfoot. All right, ABC, show me something. Show me. Where's the proof? I get it. People have seen Dogman. They have the experiences. They have the stories. I'm not calling them liars. I'm just saying that I have never seen any evidence that I thought was hardcore enough to be like, well, yep, there you go. That's a Dogman. Yeah, we're gonna get there, Patty. We're rolling through some pictures. I upload whatever I upload in batches, and then we'll go through them all. But we'll get there. We've already seen quite a few before you got here, but all Dogman pics are AI. A lot of them are, and like I said, I've seen a couple that I thought were pretty interesting. But interesting doesn't make it like definite. It just I'm waiting for that sweet shot. Where's the money shot? And as of right now, no one can really provide that. So if you got any pictures of dogmen or demon dogs, please send them my way. I included this picture because along with a lot of other conspiracies that, bug me, this is always, I don't know, this has always been that way. It's just like, what the hell is going on here? And I guess it's just supposed to be a dark rain cloud with like rain coming down and 2 parts of it, and it just happens to be on either side of the stretch of road. This is the most Florida shit I've ever seen, by the way. But even for Florida standards, this one's crazy. Yeah, I mean, if Dogman is real, I mean, according to the encounters, he's a real dick. Like he's not a friendly. Not all Bigfoots are friendly either. Don't get me wrong, but Dogman have a bad reputation. No, I have never seen a dog. I've never seen a Bigfoot, but there's enough evidence in the world to suggest that Bigfoot is a real creature. However, there's not enough evidence to suggest that Dogman is, but that doesn't mean that he isn't. Oh yeah, I saw this picture too. This picture freaked me out, man. I'm like, no, that's a big nope. This is a trail cam of this deer here. It's not really picking it up so much on... Oh, there you go. You can see that this deer is looking up. Yeah, the ocean scares me too, especially the deep parts. Funk that. All right, so this thing is in the trail cam photo of the deer. What do we think? I mean, Slender Man? It looks kind of ethereal though, like it's materializing, like it's some sort of spirit though. Yeah, okay. What are aliens? How far down the rabbit hole do you want to go with that, you know? I don't like that picture. I'm not going to bother with it. Yeah, I have a whole lot of theories on aliens, and none of them are about them coming from outer space to be here. But anyway, that's a long conversation. So the rake, yeah, the rake creature, the rake, yeah, I always use those as interchangeable terms. You're correct. It is considered the rake monster, a rake creature. Slender Man to me is kind of the same thing, but Slender Man we absolutely know is made up. That comes from spooky pasta. But the rake creature, I have a theory that the rake creature is nothing more than feral humans. And that's real and terrifying. Nothing, to me, none of this, nothing spooky, no ghosts, no phenomenons are scarier than human beings. Humans are the most terrifying thing, and especially if they're feral and they have no civility whatsoever and they're cannibals. Yeah, that's something. That's my nightmare. Yeah, I believe that, Matthew. I find a lot of trail cams hard to, you know, take seriously. Trail cam pictures. Lola is preppy. Welcome. I don't know what that is. ABC, absolutely. There are creatures, and I 100% believe in that there are merpeople. Secondarily, I believe in mega sharks and mega squids, things like that. Once you get to a certain depth, we don't know what lies down there. We have no clue. We've explored far less of the ocean than we have of our own Earth, and I think the status is like we've explored more of the moon than we have of the ocean floor. But don't get me started on that. Believe me, that's not a story that we want to get into. I agree with you, Matthew. They do look like skinny crackheads. Yeah, if you want to talk about aliens, quote unquote aliens coming from the ocean floor or hollow earth, I would be far more prepared for that conversation than, you telling me that there is an inhabitable place that these creatures fly spaceships to get to us. It's too far. It would take too many light years. It would take too much sustenance. And this is, I know that a lot of people are going to say, well, that's just because we don't understand what they're. Yeah, I get that, but we have imagination, and even in our own speculative, imaginatory stories in space in our brains, we still can't come up with a viable way for an organic creature to travel through space for those large amounts of distance. So it's just, to me, there's other theories that make more sense. That's all. I agree with you, Ray, 100%. I don't understand people's objection to Merpeople, frankly. Like, to me, it's a very simple theory. Whereas at some point during our primate ancestors' evolution process, some millions of years ago, some of them decided to live in trees because they found that easier. Some maybe went to the mountains, they found that easier. Some started living in the ocean, near the beach, going into the ocean more and more, diving deeper and deeper, holding their breath longer. At some point, again, we don't know what part of their evolution they're on, how long they can hold their breath. We do have speculations about finned hands, like webs of skin between the fingers and toes and things like that for swimming. And we assume that they can hold their breath for long periods of time. But even creatures that live in the sea constantly have to come up for air. Not all of them, obviously, but yeah, a lot of them have to still come up for air. Whales and shit like that. Yeah, it's to me, it's completely feasible that there is a primate mammal style of creature that lives primarily in the ocean. Yeah, Matthew, we just had a picture last week of, it was from New Jersey Sasquatch, of a Bigfoot, and what I believe to be was wearing, now I wouldn't call it a headdress like your typical Native American headdress, but it was like a head wrap, almost like a hat, and it could have been like hair wrapped around the head, but it was definitely wearing some sort of headdress. So that's because, again, they come, like I said, they have tribes. They're very intelligent. We've seen them with ponytails. We've seen them with ornamental hair decorations. Like, it doesn't have to be anything fancy, but it could be like a Skills wrapper or something, and they've fastened it into some sort of hair tie. So there's a lot of stuff out there that's going on that they're not that far. I don't know if you want to say ahead or behind us. I'm not sure. So I'll leave that one alone. Yeah, Patty. So if you would be so kind as to hop to our page and subscribe, that's your first step. You'll turn on notifications. You'll get the notifications when we're putting out a new video. We put out a new video about once every 2 weeks. We go live once every 2 weeks. You happen to catch us on Sunday night, which is really random and rare for us. We don't do Sundays. We typically do Friday night. But as I explained earlier, my girl is in Italy, and I am bored. I am so bored, and I don't want to do any of the productive things that I should be doing, so I'm doing this instead. So please join, and you will be privy to all of the content that we provide. And we are in contact with many various Bigfoot groups, and they are all friends of ours. They allow us to utilize their pictures and show them to the world, and we tell you who they are and who took the picture and when it was taken and blah blah blah. Hey Token, welcome. Yeah, do you think so, Ray? Probably. I mean, I know that there was, ancient civilizations that were farther advanced technologically than us. That's almost a fact. That's like a fact in my mind. I'm not even questioning that. Already sub. Thank you, Patty. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Sunshine, you can pretty well bring up anything you want. I mean, you're not gonna hurt my feelings. I am not a religious person. I don't believe in Nephilim. I assume that's who you're talking about when you say that they were in the Bible. Nephilim were giants. I don't know that they were big hairy giants necessarily. And in my study, I've found nothing to consider them to be related to each other. In fact, if you hop back on the channel about 3 months ago, we did a video about Nephilim, and it was an interesting enough subject. We had to dive pretty deep. I mean, I grew up in a Christian home, so I've read the Bible numerous times. But what you don't ever read is the Book of Enoch, which was removed by, I don't even think I should say that, but anyway, it was removed by a certain group of people that didn't want it in the Bible because it was too close to the Torah. So it was removed, and it's an interesting enough book, and it does speak about the Nephilim and their fate after the Great Flood. So, it is what it is. It's a good story, and I would suggest that, yeah, hey, go read it. Skins, teeth, and bones with antlers. Matthew, are you sure it wasn't like some sort of skinwalker, Windigo type creature? Where are you located? So, Sunshine, if you read the Book of Enoch, the way it goes is that God's, when he created the world, he sent the watchers here to basically just make sure we weren't doing anything we weren't supposed to, just watch us, protect us. The watchers fell in love with the human women, and they started copulating with the human women, and from that relationship was born the Nephilim. The Nephilim being giants. Now again, in the Bible, it does not mention that they are creatures of any kind. They are simply giant, they're hybrids, half human, half angel. And they have superior strength, superior knowledge, and they went on to pretty much, what's the proper word here? Well, they made the humans do things that they weren't supposed to do, right? They corrupted the world. And this is why God decided to bring on the Great Flood. It was mainly because of the Nephilim's contact with the human beings. And so he floods the world, right? And then again, in the Book of Enoch, it will tell you that the Nephilim that survived the flood were banished to the spirit world to forever. They would just live in this dark spirit world forever. But then if you read in Numbers, it will tell you that the giant people were spotted. I can't remember the name of the city, I'm sorry. I've forgotten, but anyway, they were spotted, maybe in say Jerusalem, something like that. By so they showed up in the Bible after the Great Flood, after they were supposed to have been banished to the spirit world. But this is just one of the Bible's many contradictions. I mean, it was written over 800 years by many different men, and translated by even a larger number of men, and so the Bible contradicts itself quite a few times. So this is just another one of those things. No Windigo. Okay, you're in Ohio. I don't know. It could be. Yeah, I'm not wrong though, Bob. Sorry. It's funny. Anyway, so yeah, Matthew, I mean, you could be talking about a skinwalker. I don't know. I hate that term. I hate talking about skinwalkers. Every time there's something that somebody can't explain, it's a skinwalker. So I usually try to stay away from that subject. But what you're saying, it sounds really interesting, like skin and bones and antlers and stuff. like it sounds like a Windigo, you know, it sounds like a skinwalker. So it doesn't sound like a Bigfoot, you know, so very cool. Thank you. Hello, Trevor. What's that flag? Is that the British flag? Is that what do you call it? Union Jack? Thank you, Damien. I appreciate you. I think we have 145 videos, something like that we've created. So please feel free to jump on our channel and check out whatever interests you. My personal Bigfoot story is on there at some point. We did do a whole video about Nephilim. We've done a lot of videos. Plus, if you're into dark paranormal and dark crime, you can hop over to our sister channel, Cryptic Input. That is a work in progress. I will warn you, we are not technically off the ground on that channel, but we do have about 5 or 6 videos that are of fairly interesting subjects. So and they span different things. Bob, the Bible has absolutely no historic criteria whatsoever. And you don't even have a ground to speak that, frankly, other than your Christian faith. It's literally, translation of the Dead Sea Scrolls, again, which were written over a 300-year period, and they were then translated by kings, by men that wanted to, have their own agenda in the Bible, and they didn't want anything, to go through that they didn't want to go through. And then, of course, at the time, the Jewish community was very much in power, and they removed the Book of Enoch, which, again, I don't think is a big deal because none of it's real to me. It's just a book. Patty, so there's a lot of pareidolia in the world, right? There's tons of pareidolia, and there's a lot of pareidolia in pictures. That's why we see, Jesus on toast and faces in the clouds and stuff like that. But I also have another, I don't want to call it a theory because I don't know if I necessarily believe this, but I find it to be an interesting question, which is, what if pareidolia didn't exist? What if it wasn't really a thing? What if it's something that humans created to explain the faces that we see? Right? I mean, humans are wrong all the time. That's what's cool about science. Like, when we're wrong, we're like, all right, then the next thing comes along that disproves the previous thing. And so it's like, I don't know. Pareidolia is probably real, and it probably is a big part of what we're seeing in a lot of these pictures, and we try to separate the two things, the real from the pareidolia. But it still burns a question in the back of my mind: is what if pareidolia is not real? What if it's not a thing at all? Thank you, Token. Dropped off from whom, Travis? Like outer space aliens or something? Prisoners being dropped off on Earth? I'm still curious where they come from. The only thing that can be proven in history. I don't know what that is, Ray. I'm going to have to go and research something now. Thank you. I see what you're seeing, Ray, and I think that's a prime example of pareidolia, because you're talking about This damn mouse. If I don't use it every 10 seconds, it goes off. Like there's a face up here. I see that dude. I see one here. And again, to me, this is why pareidolia is a real thing. Happy Camp Bigfoot 2012. Yeah, I see what you're seeing, Ray. I mean, it's just, again, we have to question ourselves, you know, is it real or is it not? And that's where pareidolia steps in. It's like, it's real. I'm like, yeah, pareidolia is probably a real thing. Yeah, if that's real, I wouldn't have any problem believing that that's 8 to 9 foot tall. Yeah, you're right, Sunshine. I just don't think they're actual faces. You know, I think it's, like I said, it's pareidolia. I mean, I think most of us understand what pareidolia is, but anyway, just for giggles, it is a phenomenon that is left over from our Neanderthal stage, where we developed this ability to spot faces in the bush to avoid ambush. So in this day and age, we really don't have a use for it, but it's still there because, you know, it takes thousands of years to remove something from evolution, you know, once it's existed. This one, I actually do think this is real. You notice how the arm length is longer than you think it would be? It's like it's down to the thigh. That's very common. That's one of your you know, criteria that you want to look for is long arms. And it's got the cone-shaped head. I mean, it's got everything going for it. Even big feet, you know. So, and of course, it's on its way out of the picture because it's like, I don't want to be here. There's humans here. Somebody snaps a photo. It's called the Happy Camp Bigfoot. I have not Googled that Happy Camp to find out where that is or what that is, but that would be interesting to know. It looks like Colorado. Couldn't tell you. Keep in mind, Patty, that, you know, the photos, the cameras rarely take, you know how you take a picture of yourself and you're like, I don't like that. That doesn't look like me. It's because it's a camera's rendition of what it thinks you look like. 2012, Debbie. This picture? Did we talk about this last week? Or we talked about arm length last week. Ray says he found one in California. Not surprised, Ray. There's a ton of sightings in California. Definitely in the top 5. And if anyone that wasn't here earlier when we were talking about this, you know, again, keep in mind, that a very small portion of Bigfoot sightings are actually reported. Most of the time, people don't say anything. They only tell their best friend. They tell their family. They get made fun of. And then they never tell anyone ever again. That's why it's really important that we create these, I hate the word safe space, but we create these safe areas where, yeah, we are skeptical and we're objective, but we're also not mean. And like, we don't mock people, you know, for their experiences and their photos and stuff like that. So that's something I can't stand. People that have never seen a Bigfoot, never taken a picture of Bigfoot or even heard one, they get a picture like this and they're like, why is it so blurry, huh? Yeah. And people are just dumb, man. They don't know. And people will take that stupid comment and they'll take it to heart. And then they'll just never come forward ever again. See, your camera stays drunk. Yeah, well, that's a possibility. I don't know what your camera's slipping on, but maybe. This one looks like an elf man with a beard. Oh, we talked about pareidolia last week. You can guarantee that we're going to talk about pareidolia probably every week. It's always a subject in this field. It goes with it. Fraggle Rock. I remember Fraggle Rock. Remember, what was his name? The musician guy? Dr. Tooth? Was that his name? Star Mountain, Washington State. I like these pictures. I like it because there's more than one. And I feel like the bottom one should be on top, where we're seeing this creature on its way out, and then it's really on its way out, you know. Dr. Teeth. Okay, I said Dr. Tooth. I think it was something like that. Dr. Teeth and the Electric Mayhem. This is the best band ever. I thought I was old. You know what, man? Hey, I remember Fraggle Rock. I wasn't into it. You know, I remember it though. I think that was a little before my time. Let's see. I'll look for something here real quick while you guys are discussing amongst yourselves. Maybe I'm not. No, I know where to find it. Hang on. She is not here tonight. I don't know why, but that's not really important. This was such a last minute thrown together thing. I didn't really expect our regulars to show, although some of them have. Thank you. I'm going to show you something real quick here. I'll show you a picture. Yes, most of you have seen this before. So I'm going to ask you to please step over to a different channel and subscribe. And the reason, I mean, first of all, it's free to you. It doesn't really do, it doesn't cost you anything, but it really helps the person in question. Also, if you are looking for real Bigfoot research, and let me just say swamp ape or skunk ape, because this is located in Florida. This person is the realest of the real as far as I'm concerned, and she has the pictures and the videos to back it up, not just of swamp apes, but of paranormal activity, like crazy paranormal stuff. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to show you a really, really cool picture. Some of you have probably seen it before. But what we're looking at is most likely a juvenile skunk ape. And if you look to the back of its head there, I think you'll find that it has a ponytail. Boxing fan, I'm going to let your comment go through because it's true. He does have a ponytail. So has everyone seen this picture now? Can we all agree that it's amazing? It's a real picture of a skunk ape. Excuse the train. Now I'm going to ask you to please, since we all agree that it is an amazing picture, please step over to Bigfoot World, Cryptids, the Paranormal of Central Florida. Please step over there and subscribe to our friend's channel. Kathy Westerman is a friend of this channel, and she does amazing work, and she does not get enough credit for it. She has a very large Facebook group, larger than mine, but her YouTube only has less than 1,000 members, and we are dying to get her over 1,000 so she can at least start monetizing her channel. I know it's not a lot of money, but it's just something, a little something extra. There's a feeling involved when the thing that you're doing, you're actually making money at, and like I said, it really is not much money, but it would be greatly appreciated if you would just step over and subscribe. She's at 968. She is knocking on the door, 32 more subscribers, and she will be at 1,000. So please, I implore you, if you enjoy our channel, a lot of our content comes from this group, and she deserves all the credit. So please step over and subscribe. All right, and I'm going to stop begging now. But 32 subscribers. Wouldn't it be crazy if she came home like later on tonight or tomorrow and she's at 1,000 because of this live? I think that would be so cool. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel while you're at it too. You thought I was lying. No, I'm not lying. Yeah, he has a ponytail. That is a... All right, sunshine, go get that beer. That's more important. I get it. Yeah, I mean, she has so many cool pictures. I'm not going to try to dig them all up, but we have covered. In fact, we did an entire episode on just Bigfoot World and their content, and I could easily do a second one. But we've always just sort of peppered in their content, like here or there. You know, there's always a new picture coming out every week. It's fascinating shit too. If it's not a picture of a skunk ape, it's some IR footage. It's she had a IR picture of a guy pushing a plow one time. You know, and understand this is old sort of plantation farmland type stuff, and this is clearly it's a shadow, but it is clearly a man pushing a plow. So she's got some wild shit. Thank you guys. What is it again? Token, let me pull it back up for you, man. If you're willing to go sub, I will pull it up so you can see it. Here you go. Bigfoot World, cryptids, and it doesn't say and, but it's the Paranormal Central Florida researchers. Thank you, boxing fan. I really appreciate that, man. I really do. You know, we're just a small channel, and we're trying to blow up in this world and do our thing, you know, but we'll get there with you guys' support. Hey, D-Wayne. D-Wayne. Welcome, buddy. All the way from Montana. You got a token? Bigfoot World, Cryptids, the Paranormal of Central Florida. And you will see... Whoopsie. See this guy. Damn it. On the front page. Sonny Vader is a creator of entertainment videos, none of which are real. That's why every single video is perfectly still, because it's shot from a tripod. And they all have the same narrative, which is, look at this Bigfoot that we found next to human remains. It's all just for show, bud. Sorry. Look at this dude. Look at this dude. This guy, Jim Thompson, I'm in talks with him right now. He says that he's been trying to get a hold of me, and he has like some stuff. He said he needs my help. I don't know what that means, but I'm excited to talk to 971. Thank you, Tolkien. We're getting there, dude. We're getting there. What's that? 29 left. Yeah, right, Calvin. So they're trail cams. So he has magically set up trail cams in an instance where a Bigfoot was found at human remains, and an instance where the Bigfoot threw the log over its shoulder, and the instance where the Bigfoot was stalking the cop with a gun. I'm sorry, dude. Look, it's just entertainment. It's for show. He makes cool videos, and I don't think he's actually trying to hoax anyone. I just think that the videos are too good. People believe that they're real, when in fact, you know, like I said, you set up a tripod and put on a show, it's going to be that perfect, clear shot, and that's what he has. So it's, like I said, they're not real. They're just, if you go look at his channel, you can actually go through, and every video has the same narrative. It's for show, and I think it's for entertainment purposes. I don't think he's trying to hoax anybody. I don't have anything against him. Yeah, but again, Calvin, nobody knows how much that log weighs. You know, I mean, it could have been made out of styrofoam for all we know. Sound effects, you know, again, when you are a filmmaker, you can make things look in a way that you want them to, you know. So, I mean, we've all watched movies. None of that stuff is real. It's a movie. So, and that's the way we should think of Sonny Vader, as a guy that makes movies. Lost connection. Is it holding a baby? Is who holding a baby? Where's the baby? I missed it. Are we not going to talk about this picture? My God, man. I mean, this is as real as real. Look at this guy. There might be multiple things in this picture, frankly. I haven't really dove into it. You guys are seeing the raw cut of our next video. This is just the material that I'll use to create the next video. Under the right. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. You're saying, where's my goddamn mouse? You're saying that this is a baby. Maybe. I don't see any facial definition, but but there is like kind of a round, could be a round head right here. So I'd say, yeah, maybe. A channel called Outlawed Country. All right, Doc, I'll check it out. I don't really follow Steve that closely. All of his videos are 2.5 hours long, and you don't ever really see a Bigfoot. So it's just a lot of like conspiracy about how the government's after him and trying to shut him down and all this kind of stuff. So maybe, but I don't have his content doesn't appeal to me, I guess is what I'm trying to say. The hooded nose is what does it for me. I mean, just a perfectly shaped nose. It's got these large nostrils. And this is another thing too that, again, when we talk about pareidolia does not insert two perfectly placed nostrils, Like, you might see a face, something that looks like a face, but the nostrils on this guy are perfect. The eyes, the extended cranial ridge, the perfect cone-shaped head. I mean, I gotta talk to this guy, Jim. It just doesn't get much better than this. Sasquatch Ontario. Mike, is that his name? Mike or Mark? Yeah, I know who you're talking about. The guy that claims he talks to Bigfoot and has taught him a language. And all right, Ray, enjoy your dinner, buddy. Does Ray live in California? What time is it? I live at 4:30. It's an early dinner. Whatever. Enjoy yourself, Ray. Tolkien, I don't disagree with you. I think obviously the Bigfoot, the big male, I think it's a male. It's kind of masculine features, but anyway, the big Bigfoot is obviously real. This is in fact one of the most impressive photos of Bigfoot I think I've ever seen. It would definitely be in my like top something or other, but the baby theory, yeah, that's a bit of a stretch, and it might be pareidolia. So I put that one on the back burner. 16:30 oh, he's in Arizona. Okay, 16:30. Yeah, so it's 4:30, right? 13, 14. No, 14, 15, 16. Yeah. You give me military time, you're killing me. Yeah, so it's 4:30. No, that can't be. I don't know. The mystery continues. $5:30. Okay. That's a reasonable time for dinner, I guess. I think it's funny. We should sort of just stop the whole conversation to judge what time Ray's going to dinner. Like, I don't know, Ray. 5:30. Maybe. Yeah. You can have dinner whenever you want, Ray. Don't worry about us. Yeah, I almost don't want to move on from this picture. It's so cool, but I mean, I'm gonna. I have other pictures, I think. There's probably about 600 on this particular device. But these are just kind of new ones that I wanted to putz around with today. I do not have like any backstory on these photos. I usually don't show stuff post-mortem either due to concerns of Karens, but I don't think these are real in my opinion. I mean, frankly, I don't have a good enough reason to say why I don't think they're real, but I just don't, so I don't know. That's a hand. Yeah, that is a hand. Yep. And then the other one, there's a feet one too. Maybe, yeah, more hands. I don't know. 2 sets of hands. Maybe they're the same set, just taken from a different angle. Ah, there we go. Solved it. Do you get more viewers than on Fridays, the normal night for the show? Tolkien, I mean, here's the thing, bud. We'll come on here and you know, 6 months ago we would have done this show and had 300 viewers, 300 subs. No, viewers. Now when we do it on Fridays, you get about anywhere from 15 to 20,000. It's really blown up. It's really gotten crazy. This tonight was literally, as I've told anyone that'll listen, is my girl is in Italy, and I was bored out of my friggin' mind. I just didn't want to do any chores, and I was like, I don't want to do any of that. I was like, I was going live. We usually pick up like 50 to 80 subscribers during one of these lives. It's just, we're here for fun, that's all. So I don't even really do this for the fans or the subs. I do it because I find it fun. Hey Jeff, first time viewer, welcome buddy. So I think the top pick it's the bottom pick. It's literally the same picture, the set of hands, just from different angles. Yeah, I get the LS. It took me a second, but yeah, it's just 2 hands. Doc says they were allegedly found by a hiker or hunter. Why would Bigfoot lose its hands? Just its hands. I don't buy it. I think it's fake. Or at least the story about how they were found is fake. That doesn't make any sense. I know, I am on a roll, like butter, baby. Just stay tuned. Bigfoot lives on flat Earth. Yeah, well, according to those nut jobs, everybody lives on flat Earth, right? Maybe. They don't look like they were cut off. Like they look like they were pulled or broken off or something. I don't know, man. A couple in Kentucky, yeah, I believe that. Are you a fan of Scott Carpenter? Rest in peace. Just all foot, no hands. Yeah, I don't like this picture. I don't know where it came from. It has no backstory, but I don't love it. So if somebody took this picture and he wasn't ready, he's got his face all fat and scrunched up. He's got to be pissed. He's like, no, you're not putting that on Facebook. Too late. Too late. The driver's license picture, right? He wasn't ready. Yeah, so if you watch, this is, I'm directing this towards answers for looking, but if you watch the Les Stroud Survivor Man Bigfoot series, I think it was like the third episode or so. There's a Kentucky episode with Scott Carpenter, and they have an audio in that episode. Absolutely amazing audio. I don't believe that it's Bigfoot. I believe that it's feral people, feral humans living in the hills of Kentucky, and that would equate to the term Kentucky Wildman, which I believe is often mixed up with Bigfoot. Two separate entities. I'm not saying that there aren't Bigfoot in Kentucky. There are. There are. I have heard some stories. What is that one place? Turkey Hill Campground, I believe. Heard some stories out of there. But anywho, there's two different things, and I believe Kentucky has both, maybe more. But that audio is really impressive. And it doesn't sound like any Bigfoot I've ever heard. It sounds like humans that don't speak English and have no civility. And they're mad. They're yelling. One of them's yelling at the other one. It's a very cool video. Patty, what do you think about Todd Standing? I believe his name. I believe that's his name. Here he's a big croc. Yeah, so we actually talked about this earlier, maybe before you got here, Patty. And if you dig back on our channel about a year ago, you'll find one of our largest videos was about Todd Standing. And it shows why everything that he does, well, it talks about why we believe that every photo he has is fake. It's makeup. It's it's not CGI. It's makeup. It's actually Todd in makeup for at least two of those photos, and it's a shame. It's a shame. But Todd is, you want to believe what he's saying, but when you find out what a sort of arrogant ass he really is, it becomes easier to believe that, oh yeah, he hoaxed that shit. And then if you watch Discovering Bigfoot, you'll see the hands coming over the log grabbing the apples. A different YouTuber found those gloves in Todd's truck. They were riding with Todd. They were going on like sort of a Bigfoot tour, if you will. And they found those gloves, and when they confronted Todd about it, he said some bullshit like, oh, it's my brother-in-law, he's always screwing around, So, unfortunately, yeah, Todd is he's a joke. He's not something we can take seriously. Ben, welcome, and I agree with you. Turkey Run. Maybe that's what I'm thinking. Turkey. I said Turkey Hill. That's the ice cream. Maybe it is Turkey Run. There's a campground, Turkey Run campground. Maybe. Man, there are some stories that come out of that particular area. I don't know. I guess obviously that's where the Bigfoot live, but man, that area is hot. I want to go there. Yeah, Patty, the Thinker Thunker thing was pretty crazy. I mean, when he did the facial ratios and then took the two pictures and put them on top of each other and then faded one away, it was just, it's pretty obvious, right? George, a horrifying experience one night. Looking back, I clearly danger to saying what had been following. You feel me? Really, LS, if you don't mind me asking what part of Georgia, I ask because I spend a lot of time in Georgia. I'm curious. Yeah, Dallas, Georgia. Where the hell is that? Never heard of it. Boxing fan. If you go back and watch, like I said, it was about last year, or sort our videos by most popular, it'll be like third or fourth on the list, and it talks about Todd Standing. And in that video, I actually show you which YouTuber this guy is from Canada. His name is like Philip Does the World, or Philip Goes, I don't know, something like that. And he usually does videos like, I stayed at my city's worst hotel, I ate at my city's worst restaurant, you know, like he does shit like that. But he had the opportunity to go and have this thing with Todd Standing where he was actually going to take him out to the woods and maybe hopefully get him a Bigfoot, you know, experience. And so they went out there, and no, there was no experience from what I recall. But they found those gloves in the truck, and being that they had watched, you know, Discovering Bigfoot, they asked them, like, what is, and this is all on camera, by the way. You can actually go on his channel and watch the video of them confronting Todd. And I would. It's interesting enough. Oh, Marietta, Georgia. Okay, I've been to Marietta. Marietta. That's like central north, right? I think we were just in Marietta a while back because we went to, oh shit. Well, we went to Helens, but that wasn't the main place we went. We went to Dahlonega, Georgia. That's like the Christmas town, you know. Although Helens is better if you ever get the opportunity to go. Don't worry about Dahlonega. It's a cute place to drive through, and they have a really cool pizza spot there, but that's about it. "17-inch print. That's a sizable print. You know, Patty is 16. Yeah, LS. I've been twice to the Cherry Log Museum. Like the first time it was cool. My problem is it's for tourists, obviously. It's not for a serious Bigfoot researcher, because looking at some of the pictures and stuff they have on the wall, you know how much of it is fake. And but if you Patty says she wears a 9, not a 16. That's funny. It's Patty with a Y. Patterson Gimlin Bigfoot is 16. Anyway, so what the hell? I just lost train of thought what I was talking about. Yeah, so if you're in Blue Ridge, actually it's in Cherry Log, not Blue Ridge, but if you're in Cherry Log, Georgia, and you got $13 you want to plunk down, it's definitely worth going inside. I got a bumper sticker while I was in there, and they got some cool things you can listen to and look at. It's very interactive, and it's kind of for kids, but also, like, I'm a big nerd, so it was definitely something. Like, I went once, and then I went a second time, and then after that I was like, okay, I'm not gonna go again. But now I hear that they've done some renovations and they've added new stuff. I'm like, damn it. So now next time I'm in the area, I'll probably go again. MMA Lands Birdies. Is that Mama Lands? MMA? How are you in Dahlonega? You're 13 miles away from my biscuit diner. I would have fed you and your wife too if you're in town. It's called Billy's Country Kitchen in Dawsonville. No kidding. MMA Lands Birdies. Whatever. I'm gonna screenshot this because I'll tell you what, we go to that area quite a bit. If we're not in Blue Ridge, Morganton, we're over by Helen, or they got those Native American names up there. I can't remember the one I'm trying to think of right now, but the one with the big ass Christmas store. But yeah, definitely we're in that area. Dahlonega, we're in that area. We were just there for Christmas. So I would be honored to stop by your restaurant. That would be very cool. but I live in Florida, so we vacation there. That's why I was there. I live down in Central Florida, so I get up there like maybe once a year if possible. Boxing fan, I really hope that that's never a thing. I don't know, like I don't support hunting Bigfoot. And I don't know enough about guns to assume what caliber it would take, but I mean, this is a massive, 1,500-pound creature with a massive breastplate, and I mean, depending on where you're shooting it, it would have to be something that comes to that. Definitely not my thing. Monsters from Maine, Scott Loomis is in the house. What's up, my guy? Yeah, LS. I don't know if you recall that video of the Bigfoot shaking the tree. It was in Florida, but it was terrible quality, but it was so obvious as far as what it was doing. It walked up and it was shaking this tree, and you can actually see there's a black spot at the top of the tree, and the assumption is that one of its babies, a juvenile, was up in the top of the tree, and it was just shaking the shit out of this big tree to get it to come down. Thanks, Scott. I don't know if this is real or not. I have no backstory on this picture at all. It's pretty cool, though. Boise Bigfoot posted this earlier this week. Yeah, definitely, Patty. South Carolina, North Carolina, especially getting up into Virginia area, West Virginia. There are Bigfoot in that area, of course. I would say that South Carolina and North Carolina are a little more populated than the northern states, but that doesn't matter. Florida is terribly populated, and we have pockets of skunk apes, all over Florida. So I think they're probably in just about every state. I absolutely will stop by if I get the opportunity. I'll let you know before we come down, or come up there rather. We had got some biscuits. They were supposed to be Billy's Country Kitchen. Now we went to some place, I don't know where the hell it was. We went to some place that was supposed to be rated the biscuit, biscuits and gravy, mecca of Georgia. And it was just all right. Just all right. So, yeah, I'll definitely stop by the next time that we're in the area, Dawsonville, Georgia. Shoot me an email, will you? Will you shoot me an email at Bigfoot Input at gmail.com? Just shoot me an email that way. I have your email, because you can't really contact people on YouTube. It doesn't work that way. So just shoot me that email so I have a contact, and then that way I'll shoot you an email and say, hey, we're going to be in the area on this day, and I'd love to come by. I honestly don't know. I don't think so. I don't think this is real. It kind of looks like the creature in the movie exists. And these canines are not typical. See, it has this like canine tooth there and there. That's not typical. The typical report, unless it's some sort of gugway, which I guess is possible, but typical reports of a Bigfoot, they have human teeth, but they're big. They're more like horse teeth. I don't know about this one. As of right now, I don't have a good reason to say it's fake. Other than, I'll tell you what, I feel bad for the human being that took this picture. I don't think that they're with us any longer. I could be wrong on this one, but I think this is Robert Dodson. I think. And I would take whatever that man posts as genuine, so. If anybody hasn't met Monsters from Maine, Scott Loomis, he's here in the room accepting questions, I assume, Scott. He has a great channel on YouTube. You can go check that out. Drop him a subscribe. You'll see some stuff that you've never seen before. I guarantee you that. Some of the stuff that Scott has sent me and we've utilized on this channel over the years, the last couple years, I have never seen. And it's just, you know, some pretty mind-blowing stuff. So, you know, definitely go check that channel and drop a subscribe. Oh, no kidding, Scott. So your truck was dead, like battery dead? Did you have a way to get out of there? All right, Scott, let's talk about they. Let's see it. 971, guys. 971. Very cool. Definitely gained her. I don't know how many subscribers that is, but gained her a few tonight, so thanks for that. Kathy wasn't able to join us tonight, but still looking out for our friend. boxing fan, if you're referencing me right now, I do. Here's the thing, I don't go looking for Bigfoot, but when I am going to Pennsylvania or Georgia or West Virginia or wherever I'm going, bet your ass that there'll be some nature hikes, and I will be on the lookout for anything weird. And I I I carry bear mace, and I carry a knife, and I carry a pistol. I First of all, if a Bigfoot were attacking me, would I shoot it? Absolutely. I don't know that my 9mm pistol is really going to do what I hope it will do, but if you shoot near the head enough times, you'll probably scare something off enough to save your life, is my hope. So what I'm saying is, no, I wouldn't carry a 30-06 out into the woods hoping to find a Bigfoot so I can shoot it. I want to catch one on camera, on film. And like I said, I do carry protection when I'm out in the woods. Sure thing. No, I've never been to Mexico at all, period. But I have heard of some interesting stories coming out of Mexico. What I'm more interested in Mexico is about the grizzly bears. I hear that they're have migrated that far south and are populating in the mountains of Mexico. That's a pretty interesting topic. Now it's more along the biological side, but than cryptozoology, but it's still cool. Absolutely. Bigfoot has been around so long and dealt with so many humans that, of course, they know what a gun is, and they get angry about it, emotional about it, and that's been documented on more than one occasion. Scott, that might be true too. I mean, maybe they have a kind of an understanding of humans and can size us up and have some sort of feelings about us pretty quickly, Yeah, I remember that. Dude. We did talk about your grandfather's farm, which is fascinating. And if I had the means to come to Mexico and check it out, I would. The grand, if you want to say the big dream of this channel, which and I do say big, I'm not kidding around when I say this is the biggest possible dream they could have. If this channel were to get so large and make so much money that we were able to not have 9-to-5 jobs and have an RV and maybe a tow behind Jeep, with the Bigfoot Input wrap on it, I would love to be able to, as soon as there's a Bigfoot sighting that's reported, go to that location, be on site, do some research, do the interviews, from the comfort of your RV, and explore the surrounding area and then leave. One day. Yeah, that is the dream, isn't it, Scott? I mean, anyone that does this wants to do it full time, but unfortunately, there's only so much of an interest. No, I do not believe they are Nephilim. There's absolutely nothing that suggests that the mythical creatures from the Bible and from the Book of Enoch, the Nephilim, are related to Bigfoot. Yeah, I get that the cost is far more than anything that you make, Scott. I mean, I do the same thing, man. I mean, I'll buy a new piece of equipment, and I'll spend hundreds of dollars on it, and then, then you get your YouTube comeuppance for the month, and it's like $150, and you're just like, ugh. So you never actually, unless you're Mr. Beast, you don't really make the money on YouTube that people think that you do. Somebody chastised me one time for selling merchandise. Now, believe me, I've never made money on merchandise. In fact, the first thing we ever sold was a misprint. So I ended up having to pay for it out of my own pocket just to replace it. So I'm in the hole as far as merch goes. But I'm like, look, I'm not trying to get rich on this deal. But yeah, this is how you make money on YouTube. You make money from people's donations, super thanks, people being members of your channel, joining your Patreon, buying merch, whatever they can do to help support you. That's how you make money on YouTube. And people seem to think that you shouldn't make money on YouTube. They think that the Google ads will sign your paycheck. So I'm here to tell you that Google ads does not pay very much. And if you were to actually if you wanted to do this full time, which again, that is typically the dream, to make your, $70,000, $80,000 a year, whatever you need to make. I mean, you really got to have a lot of subs. You got to have so many subs, in the millions. You got to be like Mr. Ballin. He's got about 10 million subs now. Good for him. I love that guy. We all want to be like Mr. Ballin, But, so yeah, like, don't shit on people because they're trying to do this. It's like people think that, oh, you got membership videos only. That's not right. Well, it is right. People that are supporting your channel, they get a little extra content. That's the way it goes, And my point is that, yeah, if you're doing, like, look at this guy Scott here. I mean, he's out there in the field getting, zapped by unknown cryptids. I mean, he's risking his health, and they probably drained your battery somehow, dude. A guy like me, it's like I'm safe behind my screen here doing the research that I do, but you should still make money for the time that you spend doing this. You should do this. So don't begrudge people that is all I'm saying. They're just trying to make a living. That's all. I appreciate that, birdies. I appreciate the support. I know you guys are big on supporting the channel, and I really appreciate all that. Arms are long? I don't see any arms on this one. Thank you, boxing fan. I appreciate you. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, like I said, the pay is not huge. It's just we're trying. I think Bigfoot and dimensional beings or extraterrestrial beings for the space. No, I like to think, Andreas, I like to think that Bigfoot is a flesh and blood creature that has blending abilities such as chameleons, owls, big cats. And that they just, and also I believe that they're subterranean. So I don't really believe that they're interdimensional, because I don't even know if I believe in other dimensions. But anyway, I like to try to keep my feet based in logic first, and then as things happen, we build opinions, that lean towards that. So. Yeah, it's true. It's true. I see people get mad, like even at like Thinker Thunker, he's got like all these membership videos that he does, and I'm like, good for him. He's saying, no, you can't watch these videos unless you're a member, unless you paid me for them. And I don't hate him for that. I'm like, I get it, dude. Like, you know, it's like you watch TV. How? You paid a cable subscription, right? You know, people just seem to think that everything is free, and these things are not free to make. Ask any YouTuber that makes content. It is not free for us to make it. We have to pay. If you're a Bigfoot researcher, man, you're constantly buying equipment, you know, stuff that breaks. Like Scott said, you lost so many audio recorders. So, you know, again, we're just trying to make a living. That's all. Don't hate. This guy's talking about the tacos that he had earlier. Sounds good, man. You bring enough for the rest of the class, or you're just bragging? Well, you know, that's a tough one, Jose, because I don't necessarily know that I believe in Dogman. I am yet to see the smoking gun evidence that proves that Dogman is real. I think people like to lump things together, you know, but if Dogman's a real thing, I don't see why they couldn't live in the same area as a Bigfoot, although there's probably territorial issues there because they both would be apex predators. So I think that there would have to be some sort of territorial distance between the two, but yeah, in the same area generally. So Scott does have some stuff, guys. Monsters from Maine. If you haven't stepped over to that channel and subbed, I would advise that you do so. If you're into Bigfoot, Sasquatch, cryptid, paranormal stuff, please jump over and give Monsters from Maine a sub and go check out the cool stuff that they have. So, you know what I was going to say about this picture? I think the subject is real, but I think it's been photoshopped into this background. The reason I say that is because I know the guy that took the picture. I think this is a Jeff Yellick picture. I know the dude that took it. I have his original, and the original is different. It's the exact same creature. I mean, the exact same face, but it's in a different setting. So I think someone took that picture, photoshopped the creature, popped it onto a different background. I don't know why. You know, I guess people do weird shit. But anyway, so I think it's real, but also not real. You know, so. Me and my ex can live on the same block. Bigfoot and Dogman can. Hey, man, can't argue with that. Randy Bryson, that's it. Thank you. That's right. Yeah, I contacted that dude a while ago and was talking to him about his picture. But again, I'm almost certain that this is the same picture, just in a different setting. So. Nice. Sunshine's back and she's got the beer. Hello, Marcelo from Brazil. Welcome. So here's an interesting enough question, and I know this is maybe a little superficial, but Brazil just reminded me, that's why. Do you guys ever play Super Street Fighter or Street Fighter 2? You know what I'm talking about, the video game? It's old school video game, like SNES days. Remember Blanca? Does anybody think that that's some sort of Bigfoot? Random question. Boxing fans of Sunshine, you have beers, I have tacos. What's up? We're making matches here. I would much rather see a Bigfoot than a Dogman. That doesn't mean that all Bigfoot are sweet and nice and everything, but from what I've heard about Dogman, they're all assholes, you know? So I think I'll take my chances with a Sasquatch. Preferably one from the south, not the north. I'm not smart enough to make apps, Scott, but if you know anybody that makes apps, man, go for it. I think they already have I heard they had a Star Wars one, which makes sense. I mean, it's, you know, are you Sith? Are you Jedi? Whatever, you know, or like a Harry Potter one, you know. But yeah, like a cryptozoology dating app, I think would be interesting. Not for me, but I want to make it, and I want to make the money involved in making it, you know. I've never met a dog, man. I just hear from the encounters that I hear, including some from our very own Monsters from Maine right here. Dogmen are assholes. That's just what I hear. Mapinguari? That's interesting. So there are Bigfoot in Brazil. Huh. I'm not surprised, though. I mean, I think every segment of the world has them. And in fact, for the longest time, it was widely accepted that the places that didn't have them were Africa and Central Europe. But I'll tell you, Central Europe, Netherlands, even Ireland, England, they're coming out with some stuff. They're breaking that norm of Bigfoot don't exist here. So, you know, because when you got Yetis in the Tibetan mountains and Russia, and you got Yirin in China, and you know, orang pendek in your more southern areas there, Philippines and stuff like that, rock apes in Vietnam, it's not crazy to think that there are Bigfoot in Central Europe. And, you know, of course, you know, Yowies in Australia, but Africa is still a mystery. You know, then again, that could just be more of a primitive lifestyle and lack of reporting than anything, you know, in my opinion. All right, Scott, have a good one, man. I'm not going to be here all that long. Maybe another... you know how it goes. I'll say 40 minutes and then somebody will show up and we'll go long. So I would say another 40 to an hour and a half, something like that. I gotta finish these drinks, you know, I can't just leave them here, so. Yeah, Pam, I heard. I got the sneak preview. Very exciting stuff. Website is going up. I appreciate that, Scott. Keep us on. We'll try to say something poignant. Shit, I haven't changed this picture in a minute. Sorry, guys. I got lost in my own shenanigans. Alright, sure, I'll take a look at this. Huh. Does that look like a coat to anybody else? Like a, you know, like a trench coat sort of thing? Well, because I'm looking over here, and there's just no hand. Like, it looks like the hand is up inside of the sleeve. Because there's a perfect cutoff right there. But then when you get down here, it just reminds me of those people that have like a duster on or a trench coat, and they've got it tied around the waist, and how it like has this wide berth, and then it goes into these like skinny legs. I think that's a person. I'll take your word for that, Scott. I'll have to find the video. I don't know where the video is. That's true, though. A lot of times they take the screenshots from a video, and they just don't look as impressive as it did in the video. So if you do have a link for that, shoot it to me at bigfootinput@gmail.com, but I will be on the lookout for it. Surprised I haven't seen that video. Huh. Okay. Alright, we can look at this for a minute. Answers the age-old questions. The question, does Bigfoot shit in the woods? I'm always open, Scott. You know? I may not always be there, but the door is always open, so please come in and drop whatever you like. Alright, let me zoom in on this. I want to show you what I see. I don't know what exactly is going on with the face of this person, whether they're possibly, if you could see right here, do you see an ear right here? I know it's blurry, I know it's pixelated, but this looks like an ear. If that's the case, see this like straight edge right here? This is a mask of some kind. You can even see like the mouth here of the mask, right? And this dude's got some long hair, and it's coming down over a hoodie. You see the hump right here? That's like where his long hair is meeting this hoodie. And I say this all the time. These are not necessarily hoaxes. They're just misidentified pictures. This picture is taken in the freaking 90s or something with some, you know, cell phone or whatever. And it's just not a great picture. But then if you want to try to pass it off as a Bigfoot, you could. But it has too many tells. So I took a lot of these from Boise Bigfoot. I like those guys. They always have something to look at anyway. All right, Scott, I'm ready. Shock me. Boise Bigfoot here, folks. I know that they didn't take this picture or anything, but they acquire these pictures from all corners of the world. Yeah, I kind of think it's again, I don't know that it's a deliberate hoax. It could just be this. It's Halloween or something. This guy's dressed up like Jason, and it's just sort of a misidentification thing. You know, it's like people find this whole picture like, oh, it looks like a Bigfoot, and then it spreads. It's amazing how often that happens. You know, and it's like people say every picture of a Bigfoot's a bear. Well, that's not true, but there are some misidentified bears. You know, being misidentified as Bigfoot. But the same thing happens in this situation where it's like, that's just a dude sitting in a field and people look at it and go, it's a Bigfoot. It's not. It's not. I think this is going to be another one too. I'm noticing a couple things right off the bat. Let's see. Noticing weird hand discoloration between the fur and the hand. Like the hand goes black. Almost like, and there's kind of a straight line right here, almost like the guy's wearing a glove. I know that doesn't show up on your screen as well as it does mine. I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do about that. But if you look right here, there is a straight line. Damien K, welcome. Yeah, right, Sunshine, it does. Looks like the other dude's methed out cousin. Got a weird sharp nose thing going on here. Very strange. Very strange. You know what else is strange though? Look down here. Look at this hand. What in the hell is going on with this one? Has some sort of weird bulge in it. So yeah, I'm gonna say that this is it's one of those Alabama Bigfoots. One of them weird boys. I think he's done a little meth tonight and he's dressed up for the occasion. Already welcome. I don't know where this is from. Sometimes we get our stuff from all over the internet, but sometimes it gets sent to us. This one is from Boise Bigfoot, and they don't give any backstory on a lot of their photos, so they probably don't have any. Because it's not a Bigfoot. This is just some cracked out dude. Alright guys, listen. I'm willing to stick around for another, I don't know, hour-ish, maybe a little longer, but to do that, we got to take a little pause for the cause, okay? Beers are empty, bladders are full. So I'm going to let you look at this picture in my absence, okay? I'll only be gone for a few minutes. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll give you a topic. Sasquatch are not sass nor squatch. Discuss. Everyone just heard that, so. long wait is almost over. All right. Mic'd up. Catch up and see what you kids have been up to since I went away. Yeah, Pablo's in the house. What's up, brother? I was on a urination break, you know. You start getting to my age, you gotta be extra concerned about things like that. Welcome, David. I buy that, man. I've heard so many stories about Sasquatch, you know, like attacking people in their vehicle, or them running and just making it to their vehicle and getting their vehicle like slammed into and stuff like that. You know what I mean? These are they're feral creatures, you know, territorial. Some of them are like, you know, super chill, and then others are like more territorial, just like bears. Like, you know, you can't trust a black bear. It's like some of them are like scared, and then others are like, they'll fight you, you know. So my man says he needs that cake. He needs it. Shit, if you guys don't know, Pablo the G is a young, inspiring hip-hop artist. So please click on his credentials there and hop over to his page and drop a subscribe and listen to some of his songs. His songs they're good stuff. So go check it out if you're into that type of music. I myself am. It's like, this picture to me, like, it just feels like a movie prop, you know? This Bigfoot's just kind of leaning against this tree. He's got a selfie stick in his hand. No, I'm kidding. He doesn't. It's the woods, but it does kind of look like it. You know, it just feels like bullshit to me. And what really feels like bullshit is how the fur is like all over the whole body, and it's all long and everything, and then all of a sudden it's like it gets to the legs and it's like, nope, no more. Just sweatpants down here, you know. Hey, Shane's here. What's up, brother? Of course, Pablo. You're my guy, bro. He's got the Hank Hill butt, yeah. He's definitely wearing Hank Hill's pants. Like, it just, I'm telling you, it looks like a bad movie prop. Yeah, he's got his Instagram filter on, you know, sepia tone always, right? I think every picture of Bigfoot that has ever been taken is in sepia tone. Let's see what else we got. I'm gonna waste any more time on this bozo. Oh, look at that. It's beautiful. Pablo, you remember me I was making these during the day. We'd be working together, and I'd be making these emblems. It's definitely one of my favorites. It's got like all the purples and reds and grays. It's wild. Yes, I make all these myself, by the way. Let's see what else we got. Shane, speak of the damn devil, man. Anybody that doesn't know Anonymous, that is Shane. That is the, well, he's not the photographer. The still camera was the photographer, but he is the proprietor of this photo, the owner of this photo. The most controversial photo I've ever covered, I think, except for maybe the owl. Pablo, I'm just like you. I'm a young up and coming artist, so I can't afford, to spend money on my craft. I have to get it from wherever I can get it. Yeah, boxing fan, is this your first time seeing this photo? Yeah, for the most part, we believe, if I can get this thing over here without crashing the whole damn system, we believe that this is a forehead facing this way, the eyeball and the cheekbone here, and the water. This is probably not as important to most people as it is to me, but anyway, I think a lot of what we're seeing here at the bottom, like right about here, is reflection on the water. It's not actually the creature, but anyway, that's really not important. There was so much damn controversy about this picture. The fact that whether there's reflection or not just doesn't mean anything. I've heard everything from this picture is a horse, it's a wild boar, it's a horse's asshole, it's a cow drinking water, it's a cow nostril. I've literally heard everything. I will tell you too that the camera to camera thing here does not do this thing justice, but yeah, like if this is a horse, what's up with its skin? And I've never seen a horse with a forehead like this. Like I actually went and I looked up pictures of horses, and they all have the same thing between their two ears on the top of their head. They have a tuft of hair, all of them. And the hair kind of comes down here almost all the way to the eyeballs. And then this creature, a horse's eyes are back over here somewhere, okay? This creature has forward-facing eyeballs. And if you study your biology, what that means is any creature with forward-facing eyeballs is an apex predator. Hang on, guys. Bear with me. I gotta plug in this phone, or we're gonna have the same situation from last week. Okay, there we go. We're safe for a while. last week in the middle of the, well, okay, it was at the end. It was at the end of the broadcast. I think it had been over 3 hours. And the phone was like, bloop, just fucking turned off. I'm like, all right, so that's over then. Anyway, point being, forward-facing eyeballs equates to an apex predator. Horses are not predators. Believe it or not, they're prey animals. Although they're large ones, they're prey animals. Who took the pic? The guy right above you. Anonymous. His name is Shane. So the general consensus is that in a forested area where there's no other disturbance around, they have tapetum lucidum or eye shine, which means night vision. It means they can see infrared. So if they can see infrared, then yes, they can see infrared cameras. And they do know where they are. They might not know what they are, but they know that they're there. So I think it's fair to speculate that they probably just avoid them because they don't know what they are. And I definitely think they know what guns are. And they may assume cameras are a different kind of gun, a different type of weapon, or it steals your soul, or some sort of old world logic, you know. This was taken in, I'm going to screw up the name of it, but I think it's Aransas Pass, Texas. Just Corpus Christi, Texas. It's about as far south in Texas as you can go. Yeah, Aransas Pass, Texas, South Texas, yeah. Aransas Pass. I didn't do too bad. That's a brown bear. This is not a brown bear. Would you stop it? What is wrong with you people? Oh my God. Just anything to avoid, you know, not being within the confines of the norm. You know, it's just like, yeah, it's a boar, it's a horse, and now it's a brown bear. That's a new one. I haven't heard that one yet. All right, Sunshine, thanks for coming again. Have a good one. Thanks for being a member of the channel. You're a real one. Wow, I got 2 buds in 1 sentence. Cool. Well, if you research Sasquatch every day, then I would assume that you're smarter than thinking that this is a brown bear. Shane, how many brown bears are there in South Texas? Yeah. I don't think there's too many. There might be a couple in Texas altogether, but Corpus Christi, I hate that name. Yeah, I don't think there's any brown bears down that way. All right, I'll tell you what, Frank. I'm not going to argue with you anymore. I'm just going to hide you from the channel. Just take it easy, buddy. Zero brown bears in South Texas. Yeah, now that I believe. You know, although like I said, we were just talking about it earlier. Me and we're talking with Boxing Fan. You know, there is this phenomenon that exists of grizzly bears in the Mexican mountains. the Mexican mountain, the hills. And that's interesting. There's more and more reports that are coming about them every day. So that could be an interesting topic. But in Corpus Christi, Texas, no. Boxing fan, says Frank, you don't gotta lie to kick it. That's an old rap too. That's an old rap song right there. You ain't gotta lie to kick it. Okay, that's enough now. So Pablo, I do whatever comes up, bro. Like, I mean, if I find something interesting, I'll get into it. In fact, we were just looking at something earlier. I'll bring it up for you. We got a trail cam here from 2012. Got this deer. He's looking up for some reason. What the hell is going on behind him here? That's the question. When you get down, like I'm down in Florida, Jose, so when you get down far into the south, you're talking about, 6'5" max, 6'5", 6'6". Maybe 400 pounds. They're really not huge creatures. They're big enough. They're big enough to scare the shit out of you, but they're not massive creatures. Like, you're not gonna find a 9-foot, 1,500-pound Sasquatch in Florida. It's just, it's different body types. They don't need that sort of body type to survive in Florida. They need to be low to the ground, more like a chimp, able to run on all fours, live in the mangroves and the swamps and that sort of thing. So they're not big creatures. I rebuke it in the name of Jesus, whatever it is. There ain't no Bigfoot, man. I've worked out in the woods as a logger for 6 years and now log truck driver for 2. I spend every day in the woods. I ain't seen no Bigfoot. Okay. So sorting through that grammatically destroyed sentence. OR logger, that just means that you've never seen one. That's all that means. That doesn't mean that they don't exist. That means that I personally have never seen one. So let's just get our nomenclature straight there. Many other people have seen Bigfoot. You have not. So that's all that means. Yeah, you take it easy, Shane, on Florida man. I am Florida man. What we're looking at is supposedly a trail cam picture from 2012 of this deer right here. Looking up and looking at this, we're looking at this creature back here, which we can kind of zoom in and get a better look at this guy if we want to. What's throwing me off on this thing is the red eyes. Both eyes are glowing red. I don't know if you guys are picking that up on the screen, but I'm like, from my side, I'm seeing that both eyes are glowing red. So we're talking about, I don't know, We're talking about, what are we talking about? Rake here? Feral human? Who knows? But it looks kind of translucent towards the bottom, almost like it's fading in or out of our current reality. You know, I don't know. It's weird. Look who's here. It's old Billy Rob. He's late. Late as shit, by the way, buddy. Okay. Yeah, I know it's not the normal day that we do this. It's not the normal week. But I missed you guys, you know, and so I decided to fire it up. And here we are, randomly, just a random on a Sunday. I don't even know what to talk about on Sunday. We do this on Fridays. But here we are anyway, so. Yeah, that's true, Pablo, and that's one of the best resources we have is like the old school stories. Like people tell me all the time about how, you know, Bigfoot doesn't exist, and I'm like, you know, if you can't accept the mountain of footprint evidence, if you can't accept the thousands of pictures, you can't accept the hundreds of video evidence, then, you know, are you gonna dispute 400 years of Tibetan monks telling you about the Yeti? You know, are you going to dispute Henry Hudson telling you about the tribe of hairy men that he encountered when he, you know, arrived wherever the hell that was? I mean, you know, and the hundreds of Native American tales that talk about the forest creatures stealing their young and their wives. I mean, come on, guys, like let's not do this. You know, at this day and age, when we have all this information at our fingertips, you're going to tell me that you still want to argue that Bigfoot's not real. Then take it on down the road. You know, argue it somewhere else. I don't care. Yeah. Who said that? Jose. I agree with you. I think that, well, original name, thank you for joining us. Please go subscribe and you'll keep up with our shenanigans. I see what Jose is saying. He's saying, could it be sitting cross-legged? And yes, it could, because here's right here. See, that could be a leg, and then this could be a leg over here, and then it's got the arms that are crossed. I just don't know what to think about this picture, and rake is the only thing I can really fall back on. Yeah, totally, Shane. I think Megalodon is a thing. It just started raining here. Megalodon is a thing, and one of these days, I think we're going to find out the hard way. And you call it Megalodon, it's a mega shark. It's a big great white shark. You know, I don't know that it's the Megalodon of prehistoric age, but it is a big ass, you know, big great white shark, and there's a multitude of them, of course. And if you guys listen to that study that just came out a while back, where they were talking about how this big tiger shark, like seriously, like big, you know, 20-foot tiger shark, whatever, it had a tracker on it, and the tracker went from point A to point B it was measuring temperature. So it went from, like, say, you know, 76 degrees to like 50 degrees, and it went there in seconds. So they were saying that to do that, this shark would have had to have plunged just super deep in a matter of seconds. So the ongoing theory is that this massive shark was bitten in half, or maybe whole, as far as we know, by a large squid or a large shark, or larger creature than it, to actually drag it down to those depths. It just ate it, just bit it and drug it down, and went back to its home, which is so far underneath the ocean. We have no idea. But so yeah, there's something down there, and that's I don't fuck with the ocean. I don't like to stay. I don't do cruises or anything really. Yeah, and I mean, all Kraken is a large squid, so. Yeah, chat messages behind words and change the. That's a lie. Also, Tommy, I just found that thing I was looking for. I don't know if things just changed on your end, but you should be a moderator now. Well, Nancy, we're actually trying to figure that out, to be honest with you. I'll back out on it. This is a trail cam photo of this deer here. Speaking of the depths, we were just talking about this shark and about Kraken and whatever else. Does this scare the shit out of anybody else but me? Like, to me, this is freaking terrifying. Sorry, Nancy. We're going to go back to that photo in just a second. I can't give up the opportunity. The fact that we were just talking about this. Like, I know that this guy can swim wherever he can swim because he's got the scuba on, whatever else. But still, it's just terrifying. Oh, look at you, Tommy. You're all in blue now. You big boss man. Yeah, no kidding, man. Shit, no. Okay. Let's go back to the other picture. There we go. We're on this one now. So we're talking about this deer, which, if we look pretty closely, you can see the deer's face. I know he's whited out pretty badly. There you go. You can kind of see his features though. But over his shoulder, we don't know what this guy is or what he's doing. He kind of looks like he's maybe laughing or screaming. I don't know. I don't know what he's doing, but he's doing something. I agree with you, Pablo, man. I don't want to, like I said, as much as I like the idea of taking a cruise somewhere, at nighttime when you look out over the side of that boat and there's just nothing but black and the moon, I mean, bro, we scared, we're scared here. I mean, I don't necessarily see any breasts, but all right, yeah, everyone has their own perception. Yeah, that's why, like, when you think about like a great flood, or like that movie Waterworld. I know you guys remember that one. That's just, that's some scary shit. Yeah, and Pablo, imagine if you're in that shit. Like, you know, you see these guys, these dudes that have to go out like during hurricanes and try to rescue people, and then their helicopter goes down, and they're like, you're in the water as the shit's going on. Fuck, no, no, dude, no, thank you. I'll be right here on the beach if anyone needs me. Don't need me. I get freaked out by tsunamis and shit like that, man. I just don't want anything. Boxing fan says he sees a breast a mile away. And there are none in this photo. I agree with you, man. I don't see any breasts on this creature either. But again, you know, that's just me. So it said, look down and to the left, you could clearly see a nipple. Okay. This is what the show has come to. We're looking for a nipple on, okay, yeah, maybe. Or maybe we're looking at a secondary creature here. You zoom in, anybody see little eyeball, nose, mouth, big jowls. It looks like a little Yoda. So this is what the show's come to. We're looking for nipples on these creatures. Oh, for real though, Pablo. Hey, we went to the Keys a couple years ago, and we were looking for beaches, you know. So we went to this place called Sombrero Beach, and the Keys, the water is not as clear as you think it is. Like if you have a boat and you're offshore, yes, it's clear. Up near the shore, the Keys are reef islands. It's not like Daytona where they have a nice beach, you know, all the erosion. So the freaking water is full of seaweed, just full. And we're up in it, like waist deep, and everything that touches my leg is a kraken, bro. I mean, everything. They're all krakens. They're gonna kill me. And we were in there for like 5 minutes. I was like, okay, all right, I'm done now. I'm leaving. I'm gonna go find a bar on the beach. I mean, I feel you, Billy, but I mean, I don't do freshwater either. Like I'm from Florida, born and raised in Florida, and there is literally, like there. Okay, I'm gonna give you an example. My girl, Q, behind her house, there's a retention ditch. That's all it is. They call it a water piece. It's a fucking retention ditch. Okay, it's really like maybe 6 feet wide by 3 feet deep, if that. And it runs, you know, about a half a mile. There's a gator. They just spotted a gator in that ditch. So I'm telling you, bro, if there is a body of water in Florida, it has at least one alligator in it. Boy says Nancy, you're really devoted to this poop. Oh shit! All right, I'll do it. Just because I'll do it. There you go. We're an inch to the left now. Remember watching Cinemax when you were a kid? You know, and it was all squiggled, and you had to like squint and look between the lines. I approve Billy's comment. He can drop F-bombs if he wants to. All right, y'all. We have wasted enough of our lives on this picture. We got to move on. In fact, I think I only came back to this picture so Pablo could see the ghost thing. And we're coming back around. So if anyone's been here from the beginning of the show, first of all, thank you. Second of all, we are coming back around to go through the pictures again. Yeah, I mean, running into a gator in the wild, Billy, is something that you'll never forget, you know. And I would advise anyone that's down here, like if you're in Florida, you want to have that wildlife experience, but you want to be safe. You know, like you're not out there in the shit. Go to a Popka nature reserve park or something to that effect, and you pay like. No, wait a minute. It's free, actually, I think. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So, whatever, if you have to pay, it's worth it. I don't think you have to pay, though. So, you drive through there, and you're on this road that is literally a dirt pile between two ponds. And the gators are just lined up. Like, they're just there at the water's edge. And I pulled up, I had my window down, and I guess I got too close to one, and he, like, kind of freaked out and, like, bah! And, like, scared the shit out of me, man. I didn't even know he was there. So there's tons of gators, tons of birds, turtles, you know, little baby gators, big gators. So it's a cool place. So if you're looking for a place to look at gators, but not, you know, have to worry about getting bit by one, that's a cool place to go. And you're out in nature. It's not like a gator park. Yeah, you are, Bill. Ignoramus. Nancy, you're full of complaints, but so I got close so we could see it, but if you want me to back out, I can back out a little bit. But anyway, yeah, you're looking at a mouth and a nose and an eyeball that obviously has taped and lucidum, so eye shine. It is from Florida, and they are claiming that it's a dogman. They're only claiming it's a dogman because of these. I think this is like opportune shadowing. It doesn't have these pointed ears like it seems to want to look like. But anyway, this is all just foliage. But you can kind of see like half of its face. And I think it's a skunk ape. Kelly, I think you just walked in on my explanation of it. I hope that you heard it because I'm not going to say it again. Yeah, Gatorland is cool. I mean, I don't really support anything that has animals in captivity, but Gatorland does a lot of, what do you call it? You know, like rescue type work. They have albino gators that could never survive in the wild, you know, and stuff like that. So, pretty cool place if you're ever in St. Augustine. Pablo. He's so stupid. He's peeking around the corner. Make sure everybody's asleep. Mayport, I don't know where that is. Thank you, Les. I appreciate that. Well, I thank you for saying such kind things. I don't really always think I do an amazing job, frankly, but we do what we do, and thank you for appreciating the channel. No kidding. I believe that though. I mean, like I said, gators are not typically aggressive, but they are hungry creatures. So if the opportunity presents itself, they'll take advantage. And they're terrifying, terrifyingly strong, and just, you know, the big teeth and everything. So, you know, yeah, there's something to be avoided if you can help it. I mean, I'm not gonna. I've had some close encounters with gators in my life, being born in Florida, but you know, black bears too. But just watch yourself. You know, like I said, don't do something stupid. Don't sit down back first to a body of water in Florida. You know what I'm saying? That's not a good idea. You want to keep your wits about you. So that gator saw an opportunity and took it. I mean, I don't think, you know, I don't think it's no, I don't think it's a dog man at all. I think it is a skunk ape, and I think that this is being, these little pointy ear looking things up here, I think this is being misidentified. It's just shadow. And if you look at the face, it doesn't look like a dog man, right? It looks like a monkey. It looks like a primate. So it doesn't look like a canine at all. So I would say no, it's not a dog man, but it is. Just look at that part right there. You see the two nostrils on the hooded nose, and you see the mouth right here, and then of course the eyeball with the deep set ridge line. You know, so it's just like, I think it's just a skunk ape. he says, I love Arizona. No water equals no gators. That's the solution. Just drain the swamp. We don't need those gators. What did Tommy Boy say? I seen alligator, albino gator, and rescue places. Yeah, no, Tommy, they are seriously cool. I mean, they're beautiful animals, and you got to understand, like, that would be the only way that they would survive is inside of a rescue. They just, you know, they would never be able to eat in the wild. They show up, you know, being green and a gator is part of your whole subterfuge thing. But if you're bright white, you know, then you're dead. They're gonna see you immediately and maybe eat you. Other gators will eat you, or you just won't be able to feed yourself, and that's terrifying too. So anyway, in that aspect, a rescue like that steps in and does good for animals rather than just, you know, boxing up a polar bear and having it on display in Tampa, Florida, you know, just to make money. So there's an evil side to it, and there's also, you know, there's a good side to it. So, you know. It's Hugh Jackman. Absolutely. It's a blurred chimp. Okay. Oh, now Nancy sees it. Okay, there we go. Oh yeah, cottonmouth snakes. Yeah, no, just dude, stay away from it, bro. It's not worth the golf ball. I don't know how much golf balls cost these days. I know that, you know, there's people that go diving for them and stuff, but just let it go. People were loving this picture earlier, although I don't think it's real, but we'll pop it back up here if it makes everybody happy. I mean, that's true, Stephen. You know, like look at Mount St. Helens. That whole situation was buried under, you know, a mountain of paperwork, and people had so many eyewitness stuff that, you know, that went on there that they couldn't speak about, and it's just, you know, there's, you know, the government stepping in and doing their job to keep the truth out of the people's hands. Thank you, Nancy. Yes, please subscribe. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. What the fuck is this? You know what I think this is? I think it's decent AI. It's what it's supposed to be is a dogman posted up between two trees. But it has that like cool sepia tone to it, which most fake pictures do. And I think it's really decent AI. AI is getting better and better, and it makes my job that much more difficult. Or I say my job, my duty in life, you know. But I do think that it's just AI. So. Yeah, I have a picture of the Mount St. Helens eruption somewhere. This guy was like gonna go ride his bike, and he just like stopped his car and turned around and took a picture of Mount St. Helens like as it was erupting. It's insane. I mean, the whole thing is terrifying, and I'm sure a lot of creatures lost their lives that day. Yeah, well, you know, Washington is the #1 Sasquatch sighting state in the United States. I think Oregon's #2, and then go on from there. But no shit, Tommy. I've never heard that side of the story. That's interesting. So if he had woken up when he was supposed to, he would have been right at the bottom of the mountain when it erupted. Yeah, I tell you what, like that's terrifying in itself. Like my girl and I went to the museum, the Pompeii Museum. I've never actually been to Pompeii itself. I want to go, but the museum was just amazing. You know, it was just like, wow, these people, they went through so much. Now, chances are they really didn't know exactly what they were going through because it was over that quickly. But it's ironic. My girl Q is in Italy right now, and I was like, man, there's so much seismic activity there, and so much. Of course, the volcanoes are related to seismic activity and stuff like that. I'm like, just get in and get out of there, please. Like, you know, so. Oz Aquatics, it's 3 a.m. there. So you're ahead. 12, 31, 32, 33, 35 hours ahead. What are you in, UK? This picture, Tommy? You said this picture's from a book? Thank you, boxing fan. I appreciate that. Appreciate it. UK, yeah. Well, because my girl's in Italy right now, and they're 6 hours ahead. So I figured you had to be right there, Central Europe somewhere. I believe that this is supposed to look like a Dogman. Yeah, I believe that's the goal of whatever the artist that created it or the AI that created it, in my opinion. But it's obviously supposed to be a Dogman. Whether it's real or not is entirely up to you. Steven, I'm going to give you some advice. Let me pull it up here real quick. If you are from Central Florida, you said, what did you say? Around the Gainesville area? Okay. I'm going to turn you on to something. This is Bigfoot World, Cryptids, the Paranormal, Central Florida Researchers Group. I highly, highly suggest that you step over here and drop a sub. These folks are from, what's a good area to give you an example? Well, let me not do that. But anyway, they're definitely from Central Florida, definitely Ocala National Forest. That's what they do. They go in the forest, they come out with these amazing IR pics, regular pictures, not just of skunk apes, but of ghosts, of paranormal type things that, you know. So definitely a good group. I would step over there and drop them a sub. They deserve it. Let me give you a close up. No, they're not Palatka. They are more like central, like Eustis type area, you know, in that area there. But anyway, this is Kathy Westman. This is one of her captures. This is the famous skunk ape with a ponytail. So like I said, if you know, it doesn't matter if you're from Florida or not. If you want to see some real shit, I would definitely step over here to Bigfoot World and subscribe to their channel. All right, done with that. The ponytail homeboy, yeah, he's everybody's homeboy, you know. Cool kid. Let's get another drink going here, and we'll think about wrapping this thing up here at some point. I think we're going on 3.5 hours now. Yeah, Steven, for sure. Step over there and drop a sub, man. It's free to sub to a channel, and then you'll get all of their notifications when they post and whatnot. And they are worth it, man. That is a hell of a channel. Kathy is a great researcher. Funny thing about Kathy, you probably don't know this, even people that know her. She spent a lot of her life as a ghost hunter, like a paranormal researcher. And then she says that she'll tell you that Bigfoot found her. not the other way around. You know, so she liked to take nature hikes, and she started finding these tree structures. And when she took a picture of a tree structure, she found that little guy, tucked down underneath the structure itself. And since then, that's been her obsession. Tommy says he just emailed me a picture. What picture? Hold on, gang. Stop the show. Tommy emailed me a picture. There it is. Sir Thomas. Oh, there's the picture. Yes. Yeah, I have this one. Thank you for sending that, though. So this is the famous Mount St. Helens picture. This dude, like, literally was just going out there to ride his dirt bike. He was hauling it, and Mount St. Helens erupts. And so he, like, started, I don't know if, I'm sure he was probably driving towards it, especially given the trajectory of his car. He stops his car, jumps out, and takes this famous picture. And I mean, I don't know why he had, you know, this is back in the like late 70s, early 80s. Like, he had to have a decent camera on him, you know. But he was able to catch this banger. Okay, thanks, Caden. Aliens are interesting. I appreciate the kind words, too. Okay, I believe you do. Robert Paulson. Yeah, sure. All right. I hope that we have entertained you guys. I hope that you've enjoyed the show. I'm going to wind it down here in a few minutes. I'm not dipping out on you just this moment, but like I said, you know, I know most of you guys are fairly regulars, so you're probably already subbed to the channel, but if you're not, and I say this happened like maybe 6 months ago, right? I'm sorry, it wasn't quite that long ago, but I've been a friend of, you know, Kathy Westerman for quite a long time, and I was on her channel and I was not subbed. I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. And it was just a simple oversight. I didn't catch it, you know. So you know, just stop by the channel, just make sure you're subbed. You'll get all of our notifications as far as when we post, and I usually announce when we're going live. Tonight was an oddity, forgive me for that, but yeah, so just make sure that you're subbed to the channel. We'd appreciate that. Thank you, Shane. Thanks for stopping by, bro. I appreciate that. I think I missed the conversation about Fight Club. I loved Fight. The movie is great, but I actually love the book. The book was fantastic. If you haven't had the opportunity, in fact, anything by Chuck Palahniuk is definitely worth a read. But Haunted absolutely. To this day, and I mean, I read Haunted years ago. Haunted friggin' haunts my dreams. It's absolutely one of the craziest books I've ever read in my life. It's actually the only book I've ever read in my, and I've read some books. I've read quite a bit, a lot. Like I've read just about everything Stephen King ever wrote. But Haunted by Chuck Palahniuk is the only book that has ever physically made me gag. So you talk about powerful writing, that it actually triggered my gag reflex. I get it now. I get it now. Okay, that took me a while. I'll ask you very kindly. This is as kindly as I can ask you. Please do not bring your political bullshit into my Bigfoot conversation. Thank you. I mean that with love. No, Marcus. Go explore a different file, shall we? I'm feeling adventurous. Not working. Yeah, attachment number 8. I know, like, you know, it's crazy. I'm the most like disorganized friggin' person, and going back and trying to find something, it's absolutely impossible. Like if I was like, oh yeah, I have that picture, like that picture that Tommy sent me of Mount St. Helens. I have that picture. I absolutely could not tell you where the hell it is though. It's in one of these attachments. It's like I have like over 600 potential photos of Bigfoot, and I can't tell you where the hell anything is. Thank you, boxing fan. I appreciate that. I personally think this is fake. I mean, I think it's well done, but let's get a good look at the eyeballs. No, that's not helping. Yeah, I feel it's well done. The teeth are all fucked up. I don't like that. I think it's pretty well done, but it's not real. The teeth don't line up for me. I mean, Boxing fan, do you have a name? Can I stop calling you boxing fan? It's getting annoying. If you're gonna be a regular around here, you have to have a name. Right, Tommy. And I don't have the option to Google things really like quickly like that while I'm doing the live. So that's yeah. I would do the same thing. I probably have so many duplicates, you know. But I can never find anything because how the hell do you categorize them? Bigfoot? I mean, you're still gonna have the same. Carlos. Okay. Maybe it's a Todd Standing. This is a step up from Todd Standing stuff. All right, Carlos. I'm going to do my best to remember your name now. Also, you know what screws me up about this? It says NVTV on it. And like anything NVTV is generally trash. So. Now here's this dude who's like the opposite of that guy. He's got the dental package, you know, at work. He's got the extra expensive dental insurance. I appreciate you, Tommy. Boy, you're looking good in blue, bro. I don't know if you can see that. I don't know if you see it like everyone, like, cause I see it. Your name's all in blue. You got a little wrench next to your name. You're like, fuck, I'm here to take care of business, bro. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong, and maybe he's got like an apple in his mouth or something, but it just, I don't know, the whole thing just doesn't sit right with me. So, oh man, I forgot about this picture. I love this picture. You got a fairy, which is very disturbing, by the way, scary, not like a Tinkerbell fairy, fucking like a real fairy, riding a boar. I forgot about this picture. This was a while ago. And of course, it's supposed to be a trail cam, you know, like they're all supposed to be trail cams, right? But this one doesn't particularly have any markings on it. I just have questions. Like, yeah, exactly. After a few shots, I get it. Are you the boar or the guy riding the boar? I just have questions. Like the fairy has wings, right? Like, can't fly. Why is it riding a boar? Are they friends? Is this like a rodeo type thing? Like, you know? Yeah, he's drunk. He's drunk fairy. I get it. That makes more sense. He's like, Had too much, like, you know, whatever the hell fairies get drunk on. He's like, I'm gonna go out here and ride this fucking boar. You know, his buddies are like, no, you're not. He's like, hold my beer. Yeah, maybe they're together. Like as I said, like maybe they're buddies. Maybe they're more than buddies. Who am I to judge? You know. All right. We're having fun. You got me for one more beer. Yeah, he's all jacked up on shrooms, bro. Did you guys see that video of the boar? He's a very small boar, like, you know, he's maybe 30 pounds, if that, and he's just chasing around this bull. He's really getting into it. Like, he's being aggressive and chasing this bull. like the caption was like, "Yeah, I had a lot to drink that day," you know. That's some Australian shit, though. That only happens in Australia. All right. Next, this is artwork. Cool artwork, but just artwork nonetheless. I don't know who this is, or I would shout them out. Oh, I gotta tell you guys, man, I didn't bring any pictures with me. I'm sorry. I finally got around to buying some of Sean Langley's artwork. If you just go look up Sean Langley, like he's on Shopify and Etsy and Facebook and whatever else. Dude, he has got some crazy work. Like I bought, there was a Sasquatch that I bought, and I bought a Yeti dragging a human body up the hill, which I thought was like super dark. I love that. I love dark shit. And I was gonna get the Mothman. He had that too, which is very cool. But I ended up getting it's called the Plague Doctor, and it's like, it has the doctors with the big beak noses. They put like shit inside the nose so they could bear the smell during the plague with all the rotting dead bodies. Like they put like potpourri, or like flowers and shit. And it has all these like skeletons. It's very cool. Like Sean Langley's stuff is wild. And if you haven't seen it, you know, I feel like I got a really good deal. It was only like, it was $35, and you get 3 prints, and they're signed by Sean, you know. And I love his stuff. And like, as I develop a studio, I want stuff like that. I want like dark artwork, you know, and Bigfoot type stuff. And I have a Bigfoot beer collection. The older members of this channel know that. But I have a whole collection of Bigfoot beers, actually cryptid beers, really. But yeah, but Sean Langley, if you haven't seen his stuff, I would recommend. He has like just wild shit. Edgar Allan Poe, he's all like ghosted out. You know, Golden Girls, they look like ghouls. He does a lot of like Marvel stuff too, which I don't get into. But he's big into cryptid stuff. So he does a lot of cool artwork. So I was very excited. I got to buy 3 of his prints today, and they should be here. And the next time we go live, which will be on Friday, I should have those pieces by then, and I'll definitely show them on the live show. Yeah, this is like Brock Lesnar Bigfoot. This is before, you know, the steroid stipulations took place. I don't know if you guys have seen this one yet. This is a boar. They shot the boar, and when they went to go, you know, I don't know, do a dispatch of it, do whatever the hell they're going to do with it, they found these carvings on the boar's teeth. And obviously no one knows how the hell these carvings got onto the teeth. I know, right? Where the hell is Nancy when you need her, you know? I mean, She's obviously the Bigfoot boob expert in this situation, and we have no one. I'm off tomorrow. That's a dangerous proposition, you know. I'm definitely seeing two teeth. Two different pictures here. One here, one here. Two, oh man, I can't say for certain that they're two different teeth or they're just two different sides of a tooth. So that I don't know. Have you guys ever encountered a wild boar? Like in Florida, we have a problem with boars, like Texas. It's like they fuck, bro. Like they're just sorry, but they're getting it. You know what I'm saying? They have a very short gestation period, and they just go at it, bro. And it's like there's a lot of boar in Florida. They are the orneriest sons of bitches you'll ever come across. They woke up and chose violence every day. They're just ready to fight. And I can't imagine who in the hell pre-mortem would be able to carve or whatever this is on a boar's tooth. It fascinates me. And again, that was the little backstory that I had. Maybe it was done after the boar was dead. If it was, why? Is it a taxidermy thing? I don't know. I don't know. I don't have the answers, but it's wild shit. It's decay. I mean, in those intricate, like, designs, I gotta disagree with that. Sean. Oh, yeah, no, I dig Sean's. I was all over his Spotify and stuff today. I've been hawking his stuff for a while, actually. I've been telling people. We did a video where I showed some of his artwork. And I told him, I said, look, man, I said, get me some of this. I made the order. Get me these prints. I said, I'm going to display them on next week's live. It's going to be maybe 15, 20,000 people there. I really hope that his stuff takes off, and I hope that he remembers old J Mac for being the guy that pushed his artwork, and maybe I get some free prints later on down the line. But hey, you know, I'm not asking for anything, but maybe. Look at Tom. He's got the stick in his hand now. He's like, he goes, you keep cursing. He goes, I'll shut you down, bro. I'll shut you down. I respect it. That's why I imposed this job on you. This is not much, honestly. You know what this is, though? This is the watershed in where the Freeman footage was taken. So like the current day, there's really not a lot to see here, but I love the picture. I think it's very cool. You can kind of, if you've seen the Freeman footage, you can see the Bigfoot like right here, kind of actually over in this area here, like just kind of like showing up and then diving behind the trees and then kind of escaping over here. I don't know. It just has sentimental value. I like this picture. Hello, Mystery. Right now we're looking at the site of the Paul Freeman Bigfoot footage. But as I say, not much to see here. So we'll move on. What else we got? Oh my God, Tommy, look at this. Look at this shit. This is what I talk about. I've been talking about it with Monty. The sequencing, that life has. This is you saw me randomly choose this attachment file. And I'm just going through the pictures, and here it is. God, life is weird, bro. Well, here it is, the Mount St. Helens picture. The guy that was going out to ride his motorbike and survived Mount St. Helens. Yeah, it's totally wild, bro. It's shit like this happens to me all the time, and it blows my mind. I'm like, I don't believe in coincidence anymore, like I used to. I can't now. I think it's called synchronicity. It's basically the sequence of life, the way that vibrations and things affect. It's a whole thing. If you really ever want your mind blown, there's a book on an audio book called The Field. And this journalist breaks down quantum physics into layman's terms, and it is absolutely life-changing. Like I would admit, I would recommend that book to anyone. It's about 14 hours, so like if you're driving to work or something and you can listen to it on your drives, it's called The Field, and it actually talks about experiments of remote viewing and just, dude, absolutely mind-blowing shit. Like I don't think I'll ever look at the world the same way after listening to that audiobook, so I would recommend that. But anyway, that's your sequencing thing. It's called The Field. The Field. Yeah, and it is absolutely just crazy. I'll give you a little bite, and I'm going to come back to mystery. Mystery asked, have I seen one? I'm going to get back to you. Okay. Give me a second. But if you want to hear things about remote viewing, and if you really want to get a better understanding of quantum physics, that's really what the whole thing's about. What are recommendations on back order? I never thought about audiobook. Yeah, totally get the audiobook. It's worth it. She narrates it very well, and she says that it's in layman's terms, but I'll be honest with you, bro, you really got to wrap your mind around what she's saying. So it's a hard subject to put into layman's terms. But anyway, let me just give you a quick example, real quick, and then I'm going to move on. But there was 2 experiments done by our government, by the United States government, about remote viewing. And remote viewing is basically what you might call a psychic. It's like they can see places and times, and they don't know why they're seeing it, but they see this. So one of the things that was done is, can the mind control things? Can we use quantum physics to control things around us? And The Field describes it as this, and this was the experiment, that there was a little, I don't know if they're called a herd of rabbits, but they were little baby rabbits, and their mother had died. So they took the rabbits and they put them in a room with a heat lamp that was on wheels. And the heat lamp was attached to this mechanism that was either, it only recognized 2 things, positive and negative. So as the rabbits were sending positive energy, these little tiny baby bunnies were sending positive energy to the heat lamp, it got the wheels, kicked on, and it got closer and closer and closer until the rabbits had it where they wanted it. They had it in a spot where it was keeping them warm. Now, the opposite side of that experiment, now that's amazing, but the opposite side of that experiment was a group of pigs, little piglets. Again, mother had died. There was 9 of them, whatever. And they had the same apparatus, but instead of a heat lamp, it was a bright white light. So because that disturbed them, they sent negative energy to that light, and the light began to move backwards. Okay, So basically, the synopsis of the whole study was that we as humans, we as people, can control things with our minds if we focus on it, positively or negatively. And then, of course, there was a whole remote viewing side, which I won't get into that. That's a long story. I don't want to bore you. But so it's amazing. It's a really crazy book, and like I said, it personally changed my life listening to it. So I would recommend it to any of you guys. So let me get back to Mystery's comment question. J-Mac, I don't think they're prepared about our testing that we do. Oh, you're right, Pablo. You're right, bro. Understand that this was all part of the same thing, Pablo. This was all part of the field and quantum physics. And my girl and IQ, we had came up with this thing of, all right, well, if we can control our reality, then let's test it. Let's pick an item and see if we can get it to appear. So I picked pineapple. She picked beeswax. Very random things. We both experienced finding these things in our current surroundings due to our thought process. I introduced that to Pablo. He picked zebra, which then again, he also had experiences based on that. So again, it goes back to the field and the thought of, you know, if let's say money is your main goal in life, then you think about money every day, all day. But you don't just think about, I want money. You think about, I have money. It's mine. That money is already mine. It's in my bank account. I am going to buy this car. I'm going to do this with my money. And the idea there is that you will find yourself to be more successful and surrounded by money because that's all you think about. That's your main goal. And you're using the field, you're using quantum physics to bring that in. I'm sorry, I'm probably getting too deep. I know a lot of people are like, I can't really talk about Bigfoot. Let me see if I can catch up on the comments real quick. Sorry. Field. Yeah. J-Mac, okay. That was upset. My grandfather wasn't with him, his mom. People decided to find him. Okay, so let me go back and answer Mystery's question. Have you seen one? No. That is my answer. No, I have not. That doesn't mean that I've never had a Bigfoot experience, though. I definitely have. If you've ever heard of something called the Ohio Howl, I would suggest that you just go and Google it, or go to YouTube and just look up the Ohio Howl. And what you'll find is this long, kind of guttural, deep howl that is not a wolf, it's not canine, it's nothing that we understand as a creature. Therefore, for Bigfooters, it's a Bigfoot. So we went to Pennsylvania, we were in the Poconos, and we had rented a house. And what I did not know about this house, now I promise you I did not know this ahead of time, is that this neighborhood had 2 sightings that were listed on BFRO. I didn't know that going into this. We literally just found a cabin and it was nice and we went and rented it. It was actually a house. And we rented it. It was in a neighborhood, but it was a secluded neighborhood. So it was the second day of our trip and I had left Q in bed. I was going to go down and make breakfast. So I'm down in the kitchen. I'm a Florida boy, right? So it's like 50 degrees outside. So I got the windows open, you know, crisp morning air. It's beautiful. I get a little like Marvin Gaye on the radio, you know, just listen to music and I'm vibing and I'm beating some eggs and just having a good morning, right? And all of a sudden, like literally just out of nowhere, like a 5 to 6 second deep guttural howl. It wasn't canine. It didn't have that high pitch. this was a Bigfoot. I dropped everything, turned off everything, and turned on my recording equipment just so I could catch this howl. The son of a bitch never howled again. And then that afternoon and evening, it rained like torrential all day, all night. So after that, this creature was hunkered down. So that's my story. At least that's one of them. I've never physically seen a Bigfoot, but I've heard, I have caught a track, and I've had some other experiences that leads me to believe that I have experienced some Bigfoot activity. So, Mystery, I hope that answers your question. Mystery, I will tell you that my Bigfoot sighting by Vic Cundiff is absolutely one of the best Bigfoot channels. They're on Spotify as well, that you can be involved in. For real. Like, kudos to you. Absolutely, it's one of the best Bigfoot sighting channels around. Finding Bigfoot, you know, I got no hate against Matt Moneymaker, John Matthew Moneymaker, whatever. You know, he's making, according to his namesake, he's making money. He's worth like $3 million. And I don't give a shit how real his stuff is. He's making the money, and that's really what matters in life. We can go about this Bigfoot thing all we want to, but the truth is, money talks. We don't get out of bed in the morning, you know, without thinking about, this is going to make me gainful, financially gainful. So good for the guy. No, I don't think his shit is real. I don't follow Bobo. I don't listen to any of his stuff. You know, I had the opportunity to meet Bobo. I just didn't care. I was like, this guy's not a fucking celebrity. He's nothing to me. So, yeah, I don't think that they're real. I don't think that they have any sort of merit, frankly. I would rather listen to the Kathy Westermans or the Florida Bigfoots of the world. You know, that's real stuff. That's real. Finding Bigfoot is garbage. You know, so as far as the truth goes. Yeah, hey, Knock Harder. Swan Lake is the man, dude. Like, he really has some great captures. I reached out to him trying to get his permission to use some of his photos. Not every single photo that we use has permission of the creator, but we like to get it if we can. That way we're building those relationships. Mark has never reached back to me, but he does have some amazing stuff on his channel, so totally agree with that. I don't know, Oz. Is his dad a millionaire? I really have no idea. Probably. I'm sorry, Carlos. It sounds like you have like a personal thing with Matt Moneymaker. He stole your walking stick. It's like a whole story that exists there that we just don't know. Robert, yes, thank you. Knock Harder, you're right. You're absolutely right. His name is Robert. I was confusing him with maybe Sasquatch Ontario. There's a few of those dudes out there, but thank you. I have pizza on my mind. I think when I get off of here, I'm gonna be able to have some pizza. That sounds good. But I'm gonna let it ride. I'm gonna have drink my drinks. Oh, it's 11:11, you guys. Make your wish. This was a whole other part of the field thing. I was haunted by the number 1111 for a long time, and I still am to an extent. But back then, it was real bad. And I say bad. That's not really fair. It never harmed me in any way. But I just mean that it was very disturbing. It was like every time I would turn around, I would have the number 1111, you know, facing me. So it was interesting. Hey, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I would love to link up with him. Just in the fact that we do showcase his pictures on, you know, from time to time. And we think that his stuff is very interesting, very cool. And I would love to just have his permission, that's all. Like, you know, I mean, we're not breaking any copyright laws or doing anything crazy like that, but we just like to have that relationship. We like to have that person say, you know, check off on it and be like, yeah, like we're good with that, you know. We kind of learned that lesson the hard way, if I'm honest with you. They told him never to come back. Yeah, I get that. He seems like kind of a tool. I wouldn't like enjoy his company. Thank you, Mystery. I really appreciate the sub. Obviously that's huge. Thank you so much. I would invite you to go check out Bigfoot World, Cryptids, the paranormal researchers of Central Florida. They're a sister channel, a friend channel. And they really get some like serious boots on the ground type stuff that if you're a Bigfoot enthusiast, you would probably find interesting. So if you didn't catch it, let me know and I'll flash it on the screen here in a minute, Tommy. Yeah. He's a real jerk, huh? Oh, thank you, Knock Harder. You know, it's funny. I've never really got an impression off of Robert. Like, I've never really talked to the guy. I don't really know what he's about. He's so large. He's a larger channel. Like, you know, if you look at, say, you know, Steve or Thinker Thunker or these bigger guys, he's one of the bigger guys, one of the bigger fish. So we kind of started using some of his pictures on occasion to showcase in our videos, assuming that, you know, he would appreciate us going, hey, this is Swan Lake, you know, and didn't think he would take any offense to it. And sometimes that's what you do. Sometimes you just do it and then you ask for forgiveness instead of permission. And we can always remove the pictures from the videos if we want to, but that's good to hear. I'm glad, and I hope that he feels the same way, and I hope that he feels that he can reach out to us. But as I say, we emailed him and didn't get a response, so I get it. He's probably got a lot to do, so. Carlos is upset. I mean, Matt Moneymaker stole his walking stick. I never heard this story. You should probably put the story out to the world. I would kind of be curious what happened. Oh, really? That's not cool, bro. That is not cool. So they told you don't come on my property, so it comes back with a fucking helicopter. That's really just not cool. All right, Knock Harder. Take it easy, bro. Have a good night. Arizona. It's hot. Sorry. So not making peace with that rat. Yeah, I get that opinion about him a lot, though. It's not just Carlos. I mean, a lot of people are like, man, he's a real bastard. So, you know, maybe he is. Sometimes I feel like Jim Leahy when I do that. You guys know who Jim Leahy is? You get extra cool points if you know who Jim Leahy is without Googling. And I can tell if you Googled, so don't try to trick me. Tommy, you make walking sticks? You continue to amaze me, bro. Like, I had no idea this was part of your repertoire. Yeah, Tommy, I'll shoot you an email after the show here and I'll let you. I'm down with pepper jelly, bro. Nobody knows who Jim Leahy is? Alright, so Trailer Park Boys. He's the supervisor, the trailer park supervisor. One of my favorite shows, for sure. He's an alcoholic, so he's always drinking liquor like straight out of a bottle. Anyway, it was more of an inside joke, frankly. This is Abe Sias. Abe Sias believes that that the creatures that he captures on film are Nephilim. Yeah, he's a drunk. But he's fun. He's a fun drunk. Not Abe Sias. Jim Leahy. But I don't watch shows either. But because I don't sit around and watch TV. But Trailer Park Boys is absolutely one of my favorite things in the world. Like, I've been watching it since I was, in my 20s. And it's a great, I think it's a great show. I know a lot of people wouldn't appreciate it. It's very vulgar and it's very lowbrow humor, but to me it's funny. Yeah, it's definitely a shit show. I love it. That is cool, Tommy. Tommy, shoot me some, just out of pure curiosity, if you feel like it. Shoot me some pictures of some of your walking sticks. I would be interested to see. I don't have a walking stick, and I've never really thought that I was the guy to have. I'm really tall too, so I'm like 6'2", so walking sticks are usually like for shorter people, for like normal sized people. But anyway, I'm just curious. I'd like to see your work, so shoot me something if you feel like it. I saw the guys live. They did a live show. They were in Orlando, and it was great, man. It was absolutely fantastic. They did this whole live show, and Bubbles sang "Liquor and Whores," and it was great. It was a great moment. I loved it. Yeah, we know Carlos. We know, bro. I'm sorry. You got some damage there going on. We understand. So anyway, let me talk again about Abe Sias. Sorry, we got off topic here. This is Abe Sias. He believes that everything that he takes a picture of, which he's taken pictures of some wild shit, by the way. He believes that these are Nephilim. He calls them DDN, which stands for disembodied demonic Nephilim. Okay. Let me just say this. I don't believe in any of that. I don't believe that Nephilim are a real thing. I don't believe, because it's all out of the Bible, this old book that was written over the span of 300 years that was, translated by many kings. Anyway, that doesn't matter. What matters is Abe's pictures. Abe has some very interesting pictures, and that does matter. So, I don't know what he's got, but he's got something. Matt the Rat, he's so salty about it. Yeah, Tommy, if you feel like it, bro, I'm curious. That's all. You know, I like cool shit. Hey, Mystery, thank you for dropping by. Sub to the channel, join us. We're here every couple weeks, usually on Fridays, not on Sundays, but we get together for a live show every couple weeks. So, yeah, this is the one that's been going around the internet for a while. Recently, people have been really getting into this one. I think I reviewed this one like 6 months ago. Yeah, you know, Tommy, like, I respect anybody that's all about their money. You know what I'm saying? I really do. But I feel like you should, when you're in a position like that, because let's be honest, he's worth about $3 million. Okay. So he never has to work. I mean, he's not like dripping rich, but he doesn't have to work another day in his life if he doesn't want to. So at this point, you should be using your position in life to help people. Like Mr. Beast, you know, he's worth like, you know, so many $1 million, but he's out there like with, he's doing philanthropy, you know? So it's like, to me, I respect a guy like that. He's made enough money to be able to live the rest of his life. He doesn't have to worry about that. And now it's time to give back. And that's what he does. So to me, moneymaker, he's just all about, you know, whatever. And it's like, if you look at his Facebook channel, his BFRO Facebook, I'm on there. He's just the rudest son of a bitch that you ever want to deal with. You know, like everything that everyone says is wrong and he's right and F you, and he's a dick, you know? And to me, like that's the problem. Like that's the real problem. Like you're a jerk and you're condescending, you know? And it's like, I'm John Moneymaker. I run BFRO. I have a show called Finding Bigfoot. I know everything about Big, you know? And it's just like, he's a jerk, you know? So, yeah, I don't really like him. Diana, please feel free to send anything that you have to Bigfoot Input at gmail.com. I will not utilize the photos without your permission. We offer a safe space. I hate that term, but anyway, we offer, it's a safe thing that you can just send your pictures and not have to concern about ridicule or misutilizing your photos. Now, I may not agree that I see what you see in your photos. That's normal. But we'll talk about it, and I promise it might take me a minute. We get about 30 to 50 emails a week, but feel free to send, like I said, bigfootinput at gmail.com. Send whatever you have. You can, you know, even however you want to put it on the email. If you want to talk about it and tell us what you think you're seeing, it's fine. And I will personally read your emails, and I'll get back to you. And if it's something cool, then I'm gonna ask you, hey, can I use this on the channel? Can we showcase this on the channel? And if you agree and we agree, then we all agree and we'll do it, you know. So if not, we won't. No big deal. Really? So, I mean, we're all Bigfoot people here that are listening right now. So, you care to give us a little backstory? Like, are you getting harassed at night if you can only sleep during the day? Like, what's the story here? Yeah, like seriously, if you're getting harassed, they hate cameras. So the first thing that I would do is buy some infrared cameras, not just regular cameras, not bullshit fake cameras on Amazon. I would buy me some infrared cameras, and I would put them on the four corners of my house, and they will immediately stand down because they hate the idea of being captured on film. I don't know, something about the IR. They have an uneasiness with it. But you know, of course, we have to ask ourselves the question, are we talking about Bigfoot? And that's a whole other question to ask. I honestly don't, I'm not very technologically advanced, if I'm honest with you. So I don't really know how that works as far as adding us to an album. You can try, and I'll comply if I can. I, like I said, I know that, I mean, if you want to send multiple emails, you know, that's fine. I will click on them, I will read them, I'll look at the pictures, and I'll see what I think. But yeah, I don't know how the rest of it works. I'm sorry. Like I said, I'm just not, I don't really get on the technical side of it too much, to be honest with you. She says that they see infrared. She somehow knows that. I mean, obviously, I think that's true. Yeah, it's true. It has helped a lot of people. There's people, because what happens is you'll get the wrong tribe of Bigfoots, right? You'll get a tribe that wants to utilize the people that live in this home, however, and they'll, you know, they'll come up to the house, they'll steal dog food, they'll maybe try to steal your pets, if you have livestock, you know, whatever else the case may be. There was one woman that was putting her food scraps out to a burn site, you know, like in the yard. She wanted to go burn her food scraps instead of like creating trash, because she lived out in the middle of nowhere. Well, the Bigfoot would come by and they would take the food scraps. They wouldn't let her burn it. They would just take them. And what happens is they get food dependent. And then she went away on a trip and she wasn't there to put the food scraps out on the same night that she normally would. And the people that were in the house, her children, reported that they were getting like bangs on the side of their house, like really violent, like hammer fist bangs on the side of the house on the night that the food would normally be out there. So they gain like a food dependency and they think that it's for them, and they get angry when it doesn't happen. So you have to be careful about things like that, you know. The bottom line is, if they don't have a reason to be there, they will generally leave you alone. But keep in mind, they are feral creatures. So if they have a reason, and it's generally food related, they're gonna mess with you. Even if it's like chickens, or if it's dog food that you leave on a porch, or whatever the case may be. If you are the selected person that happens to have a tribe of Bigfoot living around you, you have to live your life a little differently. And that sucks for us as humans. We think we should be able to live our lives however we want, but we are coinciding with nature. And the worst thing that you can do is be aggressive. What you want to do is try to figure out what they want from you, what they need from you. Don't provide food. Don't be a food source. But also coincide. Hey, look at this. Old Kathy Westerman's in the house. We waited long enough, guys. We waited until 11:30 and Kathy shows up. Thank you, Kathy, for coming. I was telling everyone that you weren't going to be able to be here. But I will tell you, I want you to go. I want you to go right now. I would appreciate it if you go right now and look at your YouTube subscriber count. And I know that it's nothing huge, you know, we tried, but we were pushing at every corner. We were pushing your channel and talking about your picture and different things. And I think we gained about maybe 5 subscribers tonight, something like that, during this live show. So we were pretty excited about that. You have a missing cat, Diana. That sucks. I'm sorry. And that's probably due to that activity, unfortunately. Yeah, Kathy, we were pushing it, man. We were pushing hard. We were like, come on, everybody, like, you know. And I kept showing your picture of, you know, of the ponytail Bigfoot, just to sort of get everyone to filter over. And, you know, I mean, you can talk to 1,000 people, but only one person will jump over and actually do it. So I think we got about, you went from what, 768, or I'm sorry, 968 to like 972 or 3, something like that. So maybe 4 or 5 people. $973. Look at that. Yeah, so you were 968 at the beginning of the night. So 5 people. So we got 5 people over. We're getting there, Kathy. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get to that 1,000. Yeah, that's awesome. So you're like 17 people to go, man. 17. Let's go. It's exciting. I've heard some stories, you know, about Bigfoots inhabiting areas that you never would have imagined, you know. And like I said, I think that the main thing that you can do is don't be a victim. You know, it sounds like they're being peaceful at this point, like but they will push. Like they're insistent. You know, like if they consider you to be a food source or whatever, they'll push. So you just can't be the victim. Don't push back, don't be aggressive, but stand your ground. You know, and chances are they won't harm you, but if you allow them to intimidate you, then it's a different story. And like I said, each Bigfoot is different. Each tribe is different. So in this aspect, it sounds like they're looking to use you for something. And I personally would find out what that something is. It's true, Kathy. We really are the best. But You're no, I'm kidding, but you're the best, and we're pushing for you. Like we really are. We're pushing. We're hoping. So we want, we want you to succeed, and we want you to get to 1,000. That's you deserve. You deserve so much more than 1,000 subs. I mean, you have 12, 13,000 on Facebook, and you deserve that on YouTube, honestly. But I get it. I get the struggle. I mean, I think I have 11,000 on Facebook and almost 8,000 on YouTube. But I work the hell out of my YouTube. I would really suggest maybe doing a live show. We gain about 50 to 80 subs per live show. Now, granted, our live shows, you've been with us from the beginning, so our live shows started very humble with our little like 100 people that would stop by. Now we're in the 20,000 range, so it takes a while. It takes persistence. Yeah, there's a lot of times the animals that you hear are not really animals. It's them communicating quietly. Sometimes, Diana, sometimes they'll come up and they'll just watch what you're watching. Like they'll look through the window and they'll watch your TV, or they'll watch, whatever. They're very curious creatures, and sometimes it's not really meant in like malice. It's just curiosity. So keep that in mind. Try not to be too afraid. Oh yeah. Hey, thank you, Tommy, for reminding me. Kathy, I figured out how to do mods, and I added Tommy as a mod. I would like your permission to add you as a mod as well. Moderator of this channel. Yeah, I get that, Tommy. And it's funny because like Tommy, like it'll hit the mod thing if they curse, and I'm like, I don't really care so much about cursing as long as it's, because I mean, as long as it's not malicious, cursing is just part of life. But it does make you check every comment. Yeah, Kathy, I would like you to be a moderator of this channel. So check it out. I'm gonna make you a moderator right now, because I learned how to do this earlier with Tommy. So now your name changes into a blue font, and it has a little wrench beside it, and you'll get notifications in this chat like, hey, this guy over here said F Joe Biden, whatever. So at that point, I need you to step in and be like, we don't discuss political stuff here. That's not the point of this channel. And I need you to hide the comment, maybe hide the user if it's, violent enough or whatever, if it's extreme enough. So, but thank you. I appreciate that. I'd like to, I never thought I'd get to this point. I really honestly never thought, because we would have our little, Kathy, you remember back in the day when I would film my Christmas tree and we just have little conversations about Bigfoot, I mean, it would just be a little 100, 150 people to show up, like maybe, given time. And now there's like 18 to 20,000 people showing up to these things, man. And it's weird, I'm not bragging. It's strange. And I mean, I'm kind of just going with the flow, but I feel like I need people here to sort of watch my back, and it's like I need when the trolls show up, we need people around to be able to kick them out. So it doesn't mean that you have to show up to every show and stay the whole time. It just means that while you're here, you're a trusted member, and please watch my back, and I will continue to watch yours. Yeah, I have to go with Tommy on this. I don't really know. I mean, I'm on a tablet, which is very much like a cell phone, and I can do it. So. So Kathy, what was your night like? You said you weren't at home, so you're joining us late. Give us the scoop, the details. We want all the dirty details. Where were you? Oh, revival. Okay, like a religious revival, like one of the big tent type things. Yeah, tweet the deets. We need the details. We're nosy as shit. I mean, I think that's a good idea, Diana. You know, just step out there and introduce yourself. Let them know that you're kind and you mean no harm. Again, yeah, taking pictures it can be identified as aggression to some tribes, so I'd be careful there. Sorry, trying to get my damn mouse to work again. I hate this mouse. I really do. It's like if you don't use it every 10 seconds, it just shuts down. Carlos, we'll see you next time, brother. Come back. We'll be back on Friday. This is, like I said, this is totally impromptu. We will be back on Friday for another scheduled live show. So join us then. I got you, Diana. Well, like I said, anything that you want us to look at, we will. Please send it to us. And like I said, I won't share it with anyone without your permission. But we do like to look at things and get a better understanding of what's going on out there in the world. And people like you are the people that provide that link between the two. That shit is terrifying, man. I could, like, I've seen people in hospitals just lose their sight, because of brain swelling and stuff like that. I mean, that is just absolutely terrifying. Not knowing whether it's going to come back or not. As far as other cryptids, I mean, like I said, I'll let you know what I see, and not everyone sees the same thing. Not everyone has the same perception, but we do talk about things like Dogman, and we talk about forest creatures and various things. So, like, we're pretty apt on, analyzing pictures. But like I said, I'll gladly have a look. You may not like what I have to say in return. You may not agree with me, but I will be real with you. I'll be 100% real with you. So that's up to you. Like I said, you have our email address, bigfootinput@gmail.com. Feel free to send whatever you like, and we will have a look. What state are you in, by the way, if you don't mind me asking? I don't think anyone's caught that yet. I'm just curious. You got to be careful out there, Kathy. Didn't you just break your wrist? Yeah, Tommy. So I don't know her name, but this lady took this picture. She kept hearing noises, and she was getting stuff taken off of her porch. Like, she would put apples and stuff on her porch, and they would be stolen. But she knew there was no humans around. She was so far out in the middle of Sarasota. Just, like Sarasota, you think about it, everyone's like, oh, it's like a little beach town. Yeah, but go to the west side of Sarasota. You're out in the Myakka State Forest, So she heard her apples being stolen, and she ran outside the door with a camera because she was going to take a picture of this son of a bitch that was stealing her apples. And she took 2 pictures. This is one of them. There's a second one too. And you can see that he's putting his gums in a way that makes him smile. There's when you talk about primates, there's 2 different ways they show their teeth. One, they gnash their teeth to show aggression. A second way is they show their teeth to show a smile, that I'm no harm to you. And the way that he's positioning his gums is he's showing her that he's no harm. He doesn't mean her harm. And he knows that he just got busted with his hand in the cookie jar by stealing the apples. So she got 2 pictures of him before he was gone. And we actually did some breakdowns of this particular picture. And we found a foot in the picture that we didn't know was there. It's down in this area here. And then we actually found a potential second creature back in this area over here with eye shine. So this picture just kind of keeps on giving. And I don't know who the hell top photo is that they just put their shit all over the photo. It's crazy. They don't own it. Anyway, this is not my photo. Wiley, Mr. Midwest, sent this to me. And he sent a whole kind of like thing, kind of going over the whole picture and his aspect of it. So it was very cool. But anyway, so yeah, it was taken in Myakka State Forest. I would suggest just go watch the video. Go find, because we did a video and then it was like one of those things where it was like, holy shit, we found more stuff in that picture. So I think we did a second video on this photo. That's interesting, Fred. Thank you. I've heard stories like that, like of orbs, big orbs, lights that are associated with Bigfoot activity. I don't really have a strong opinion on the subject, but it seems to be a thing out there in the world. Yeah, of course, Tommy. Tennessee, huh? We were in Tennessee a couple years ago. We were just outside of Pigeon Forge, though. I didn't really see any Bigfoot activity. We were too close to all the people, and I do mean all the people. I hate Pigeon Forge. I want to go back to Tennessee, but I'll never go back to Pigeon Forge ever again. Oh, absolutely, Tommy. Send them, bro. Send them. I dig orb videos. I've seen orb videos that like where you can actually see, how do I put it? Intentional movement of the orbs. Like, I mean, you know, anybody can see like an orb where it's like, oh, it's a bug and it flies straight up. No, these videos I've seen, like the orbs actually move in a certain direction and then they'll stop and they'll move a different direction. And it's like, that's the kind of shit that I get into. Like, I know that there's something behind orbs, although I don't quite know what it is. Yeah. Yeah, if you saw that video, she actually, you know, my mom doesn't believe in shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, she's not, I think that she thinks, oh, my kid's into that weird stuff, you know, like, so to have her send me a video of those orbs, and then I took a closer look at it, and like, those orbs had a face in them. And then randomly the next day, I was watching a Mr. Ballin video that had the orbs from the Dyatlov Pass incident. And those orbs had the almost exact same face in them. That was some crazy shit for me. Like, that was life-changing. So. Don Bell, where the hell is Clarksville? I said we'll go to the LB L. I don't know what that is. It should pop up on the screen of the chat, Kathy. Like when I get notifications, it's because somebody says the F word or something, and it'll pop up and it says, "Do you want to show this, or do you want to hide this?" And at that point, you make a decision. And if someone else has beat you to it, it'll say another mod has already handled those. I appreciate you guys being on board with this, though. Oh, shit. Guys, I'm gonna find some other pictures to look at here. There we go. Yeah, you say you're 38 minutes from Pigeon Forge. That makes sense. Pigeon Forge sucks. It's absolutely. It's like we have a city in Florida called Kissimmee, and imagine Kissimmee in in the mountains, and that's all it is. It's. I don't want to get vulgar about it. I have other ways of describing Pigeon Forge, but I hate it there. The Christmas store is nice. Like that's a nice thing to go to, but other than that, it sucks. And we got outside of Gatlinburg, which was also not impressive, but I think there was a place that was called like Blairsville, something like that. Like that was a nice area. So I feel like Tennessee has nice areas. I just haven't seen them yet, and I want to go back and check it out. My company's national sales meeting is in Nashville next year, so I will have to fly out to Nashville, but that's not really exploring the state at all. That's going to my stupid sales meeting. So well, congratulations guys. We are officially the longest live that we have ever had. 5 hours, 7 to midnight. This absolutely has to be the longest. I think the last one we did was 3 hours and 45 minutes, but that was only because my phone died in the middle of the stream, and it just keeps going. Whether you're there or not, it just keeps going. So we're not streaming anything, we're not doing anything, but it just kept on. So it was like 3:45, and then I finally got on. I got back on when my phone was charged, and I was able to shut down the live, but it was only like a 3-hour live, but it went on for 3:45. So 5 hours. This has to be the longest. Yes, you're welcome, Kathy. And I myself am also going to shut it down. I hope you guys have enjoyed yourself. I'm going to go have some pizza, and then I'm going to go to bed. Good night, all. This is J Mac, and I'm out.